All right. Hello, everybody. My my name is Rainbow Doggy Unicorn, and I'm gonna be starting this podcast with some friends. I hope some people come here soon. I'll just talk about how we need more, black representation. We need more, films, black films that doesn't involve the struggle or the hood or anything else. I'm just tired of that, to be honest. My inspiration for that was mostly when I saw Sneakerella. I know Sneakerella was made by, I don't know if it was, I heard the writers are mostly white women who don't understand that black people, that don't understand black people. Apparently they made a racist thing where, get this, there was a part where, get this, there was a because of the stereotype of a black person making shoes, okay? Like when I heard that I was like, what? When I saw that I was like, what? Really? It's will be airing on Disney Plus. Like, come on now. Really, Disney? You don't understand the ramification of black people? You say you're diverse, but you're not really. Because we all know that's a bunch of horse shit. Because Hollywood is full of colorist pricks who don't really care about the whole black community. I'll be adding more people, let me know. Mm. Now I'm just gonna say I don't see anybody here, so I'll let you know. I'll ask everybody, what do you think? I'll tell them what their opinion on this. I did this on a Friday because I do this on the weekends because not everyone is either relaxing or tired, or either tired from school or left school and stuff, or just wants to take a break from you know a lot of things. I'd be hearing. So usually my friend Solid Mag is coming. I have this live stream on 7:55 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, but I don't know if they'll be coming. If they're not coming, I won't end the live stream that month. I won't be ending the live stream, but it depends on certain things. Yeah, I just said you can join if you want. The it's gonna be about this is the topic. I told the topic in my opinion because I didn't say anything about it because I forgot. I might do it almost every weekends, like maybe Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Okay, let me just say. I'll just say. Yeah. Now I don't know if there'll be any more friends coming soon, so I'll just know when. If some, I'll let you know if someone's coming soon. I'll let you know. Usually my thing will give me a guest thingy, but I'm still, we don't get to see much, like oh, like we live in a day. Like I'm just tired of this situation. I'm just tired of we live in a day and age where we can't have like a film, like white people get a film dedicated to the dedicated to like her, dedicated to their side, but it's dedicated. But every time there's like a film, there's like a movie with that involves black people with hood and struggle. It's just and our films are like full of hood and struggles, but it wasn't like that in the 80s or 90s. I think it just changed because every times have changed. I understand. It's understandable. I mean, there was a video dedicated to saying they're just tired. There was a video back in, I think this was back in, I think January. I think January. I think in the either in January or February when they said when this person said that there was a TikTok where they, and I know people are gonna say TikTok sucks. Let me just say, TikTok can be a good place or a bad place. It depends on your situation. But they did say that they're just tired of that. And it's understandable. To be honest, it's understandable. We're just tired of, videos with we're just tired of seeing movies that have something with struggle, black films with struggle and hood, which I don't like. I mean, there are some films like that that doesn't have involved struggle and hood, like Tales from the Hood. That's my favorite horror movie. Candyman. Certain, I mean, 90s did have some struggle, some hood struggle video, some of that, but not all of it. Not all of it though. But I feel like, Hollywood is just very racist towards certain race. I mean, they've been like that before for many years. I mean, the first time I think it happened was in, I guess, I just really haven't had much viewers and stuff. I just really hate it. I just hate it. Like, now progression of black people have been going up lately because there's like anime films. Like apparently someone made, I don't know, from what I heard, a black person made their own anime anime company in in Mich in Japan. It was in Japan. It was in Japan, but no one has said. But and there's other like animes that had like very good things, but no one wants to. But people now, this is gonna be a controversial thing, but I don't mind blackwashing. But the problem is, if you blackwash a certain character, it's just as bad as whitewashing. White November was, I think, White November is just is baiting. It's baiting. How I know? Because Blacktober was made to was made for that. It was made because it was supposed to mock, Blacktober and have a double standards with the whole community. A double standard when it comes to, whitewashing and blackwashing. No people here so far. I'll let you know when somebody's coming. Because I'm not gonna end the stream. I may end it for like, I don't know. I might end it like at possibly at 1 or around 1 or so, if it gets to 1 or 2. I'm just tired of this whole BS situation about, oh, like we want more films. Like there's a lot of, you should support black creators and stuff. There's a lot of people who make their own original series with black characters, but no one cares. Like there's a lot of animes with black characters on with black animes characters in it. For example, Afro Samurai, or was it called Afro Ninja or Afro Samurai? I can't remember, but I did see that anime before. It was awesome, but people just don't understand. Like, do you guys understand? I'm just saying, do you understand that there are animes like that? The reason why I don't think they don't air it is because I have some theories. I have some theories is because maybe they think it doesn't it might be out of date or so. Now people think Japan is racist. I don't think it is to some extent. I mean, it's possibly what those, I'm just gonna say, I might sound like stupid and a white person or a normie, but boomers. Boomers who just boomer Japanese people, in a way. I mean, I think I heard there are some modern Japanese people like that. Yeah, we live. Yeah, I'm getting guests. Okay. Now, what do you guys think about? Do you want a film that has like something with black people in it that doesn't involve hood and struggle? I know it's not political. It's just something I'm just tired of. I'm just tired of it. I know Sneakerella is a really, offensive film. It's pretty offensive in some way because it makes us black people look like, oh, we like shoes. And it's going to be streaming on Disney. I'm not joking with that. If you're hearing it, I'm not joking with that shit. When I heard it, my reaction was like, what? Like, it's racist because it makes us black people look like, oh, we make shoes. We just make those type of shoes and stuff. It just sometimes I just wonder, do they really care about us black people, Hollywood? To be honest, I think they just don't care about us. They just do this so they can really get, brownie points. And the only time they'll do it, like, there's not much. I know there's many films with black people in it. And I know there's like animes with black people in it. I know a lot of it. It's pretty awesome. But I just think people, rather than just, I might sound hard. I know there's gonna be people out there calling me a coon and shit. But when you blackwash a certain character from an anime, it just doesn't seem right. I mean, I can understand making your character cosplay as making yourself, be if you like that character, that's fine. Like cosplay as a character, you do you. But when you blackwash a character because you want more representation in black people, yeah, I wouldn't say that Sneakerella is racist, but it's definitely out of touch, stereotypical, and out of touch. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you, Andrew Ambrose. I think it is out of touch. It is stereotypical. I just think it's stereotypical and offensive to actual black people who just want something more different. I remember there was a Cinderella movie with a black person in it. It was really good. I think I saw this when I was like a little kid. It was on Disney. It was on the Disney Channel when I was little. I really loved that. To this day I wonder, will they have more of that soon? I just want more black films that doesn't involve, hood and struggle. It's just annoying me. Like, I know they are doing that. I hope Hollywood just stop that. Like, we want more, I mean, I know there are a lot of black films out there with similar settings, like a white, with similar to, I'm sorry, with a white person's setting. For example, let's say, I don't know. No, there was actually a Cinderella. There was an act. It was live action. This was on Disney Channel when I was like a little girl. I think I was like, I don't know, I think I was 7 or 8, maybe 9ish when it's all happened. When I watched it, I can't remember. It was on the Disney Channel. I really loved that because it had a black character in it, and you don't get to see much, characters that are black. I understand Tiana. Yeah, I could try to find it. It's gonna be hard to try to find it. Maybe it's so obscure. Yeah, I'm just wondering why they don't show that. You should do it. They should put it on Disney Plus. Surprisingly, I never heard of it and heard anyone mention it before. Maybe it's because it's either obscure or it's possibly a lost film or possibly lost to time and stuff. Not a lost film, possibly. I could try finding it, looking up online if it's real, because I do remember there was a black version of Cinderella on Disney Channel. I remember watching it. It was so awesome. You know, I just want to say that I really want more films with something with black people that doesn't involve, hood or struggle. Like, for example, maybe like maybe a fantasy film or a coming of age story without the racism in it. Maybe a musical or possibly a comedy film, a romantic comedy film with, with funny moments. And I also told you about a horror movie. Like, my favorite horror movie has to be the Tales from the Hood and Candyman with black, because, how they portray, how they, how they did racism and portray it in a way. Like, it could be scary. Like, Tales from the Hood, I heard there's one and two. One was actually made in the 90s. I watched that a long time ago. I think I was a kid when I watched it. I was a kid when I watched that. It kind of scared me as a kid a little. Maybe it was because of the puppet. That one puppet character. That one black puppet that just, yeesh. Yeah. And there was a second one, which it was more gruesome than the first. The third one I haven't watched yet. I heard there's a third one. It came on Sci-Fi. Dang Sci-Fi. Dang you, Sci-Fi. You gives us whatever we want. And I'm speaking of horror films, I think we should have like a horror film with a black person becoming like a werelion or something. I'm planning on doing that. Maybe it might be an animated one. Live action might be difficult because think about it. You might how live action is so, how much, live action can cost. Animated would be fun. I mean, my favorite animated film of all time is possibly Care Bears. I do like animated movies that I think my favorite I think when I was like I don't know why they don't do that shit. I mean, there are a lot of like the reason why they don't do it it's it's because the reason why I think they don't make, yeah, you need a not to mention you'll need a assemble a crew for a live action film. Know. I know. And live action, in my opinion, will be very difficult because certain stuff. And that's very difficult because, and I know how Hollywood is. They're gonna say, hey, and I give them a script for my Weird Lion movie. They said, oh, we need something, and I'm like, how about we make the character have their skin a little light? They get a little, like a small, like, maybe, I hope they get like a big Hollywood character and stuff, like a big, I don't know how, but I don't know. I don't know if I don't know if any black people would do it. I don't know. And then when I see what they wanted to have another someone with light skin, I'll be like, you just, I just like, come on. I just want a black person with dark skin. I mean, there are such things as light skinned black people. We just don't see it because we're too. Yeah, I do believe that people just don't understand, black people. You got white writers making black characters. And I don't think it's a good idea unless they know what they're doing. I I understand. Black people there are people out there who are, you know, and I think the real reason why we don't get those type of films or we don't see it, I think there were films like that a long time ago. I think back in the 80s and the 90s, but I think they stopped making those films for a reason. I think they stopped airing them, or we don't got CDs of them and stuff. We don't got DVDs or VHSs of them. We don't see them that much is because I don't know why. Maybe they don't. Maybe because Hollywood doesn't care, or they think those films are embarrassing, or it could have been a company who made that film. Honestly, it's mostly just because it comes down to people being out of touch. I know. Like I really want a black film that doesn't involve hood or struggle. And it's just annoying, to be honest. Without hood and struggle, it's annoying with that shit. Like, I want more films that has like, why if a white person can have a film with fantasy and other settings, why can't we? Like, can like those can these companies just stop? For example, like, because like Netflix, for example, Netflix and Amazon Prime. Like, can't we just have something for one film, one tiny film to be at least have a black person, something that what a white person has? Because it's boring. It's starting to get stale. Those black films with hood and struggle is starting to get stale really quickly. Yeah, I heard Soul was pretty good. I heard Soul was pretty great. Yeah, I know Soul was pretty great. I know it's animated, but we want something with more live action and stuff. Animated films, I don't mind because we get to see like there are a lot of black artists and black filmmakers and even black animators to get to do their own thing. For example, I heard did you hear that there's actually an anime studio that's owned by a black person? And when I heard that, I was pretty shocked. I heard you said it was the first one. When I heard that, I was like, wow. And it's just like really awesome. It's just I really want that. I want that, to be honest. I really want that, to be honest. Than just, people blackwashing anime characters. I mean, the reason why people do that on Blacktober, I mean, I can understand if they just like I can understand drawing yourself as that character because it represents you in a way. But if you like edit the character's skin tone, that's a problem, to be honest. Yeah, I know it's pretty cool. Soul was pretty cool. I haven't seen it yet, but I'm gonna watch it soon. I just can't. I have to because of Disney Plus, and I don't have Disney Plus. I might have to find other ways around. I got like I still got like my cable still, but I'm gonna see it soon. Let's just say movies gets. I just wonder. I was wondering, where do why don't people just like like the reason why I feel like they do black films. They don't do black films with with something with fantasy settings or other things besides hood and struggle. It's because if they do, I'd be hearing how these antis how these stupid people like these anti SJWs complain about it's trying to be woke, like, and complain about it being woke and shit because that has to be that can't be realistic and stuff. Like, come on, it's not trying to be woke, it's trying to be we're just trying to have something something with besides hood and struggle. Yeah, I know that would definitely happen. I know, Andrew, because I see this too much. Because I hear this too much. Like if there's like a Spanish, like a character that's Spanish or Latin. I'm not saying Latinx because that's offensive. Or a character that's in a setting that's different. Let's say a black or a Latin or Asian character that's considered that's the main character. That's the main character for I don't know, for a film. They would complain about it. I understand if they're complaining about blackwashing a white white character. That's understandable, to be honest. A character that's like originally or a character that's a different race from a different series. It might be because all these companies are trying to satisfy the anti-black markets. The reason why That's the reason why these It might be. It might also be because the. Okay, I'll try to. Sorry. It might be because of these companies trying to satisfy the anti-black markets. That's the reason why Finn got shafted in the Star Wars movie. Yeah, I know. I heard. Yeah, I'm just tired of Hollywood trying to be trying to be more. They claim they're progressive, but they don't really care. They just care about appeasing to the Chinese people. Like, come on now. You claim you're trying to be progressive, but you're not really being progressive. You're just trying to appease to the Chinese audience with when you really offend black people. It's not only offensive to us, but it's offensive to everybody when you do that shit. You are just, and then there's anti-race. There's also, yeah. I think it has to do with. I think it has to do with more with Disney than with Hollywood. I don't know. I don't know because part of me thinks it's Hollywood, part of me thinks it's Disney. Because Disney. Because most of the time, because I know how Disney is. Because every time they say there's a first, they say, oh, the first gay character in Disney, but then the gay character's only there for like 15 or 5 seconds. 15 seconds or 15 minutes. Because they're trying to appease to the Chinese audience. Like that's the real reason why I have a problem with every time they say, oh, the first gay character or something like that. I'll just say bullshit. Bull fucking shit. That character's gonna be, if the minute that character is like there for only like 5 minutes or 5 seconds or 15 seconds or 15 minutes, I'm just gonna be wondering, and people wonder why they don't like Disney. People wonder why they have a problem with Disney, and I understand why. Because Disney does this crap. Like that's why I have a problem with Disney doing certain things when it comes to when it comes to us. When they try to say, oh, they support, the LGBT people by making a first gay character, but how many times we hear these, oh, first gay characters, first gay characters. Yeah, that half-ass PR, half-ass PR was a mega cringe. And I'm not saying, and that's not usually I usually say, LMAO. I understand why you say that half-ass, PR was a mega cringe. Yeah, because progression, PR aka progression, I think, I could be hearing that Hollywood can be colorist at times. I could be hearing about that a lot. I mean, I know the history of, Hollywood being, very racist towards certain people because how they made racist films back in the day. And and I know for a fact those racist films that were made by, small, I don't know, companies that were like no longer here or still around, but they just, yeah, I heard, because I be hearing a lot about those films. Heck, my dad told me about one time when back in the 70s, he remember watching a film he remember watching, about cartoons, those cartoons of, from, I think it was from Warner Brothers, of, Looney Tunes characters. The Looney Tunes characters being, they were like racist caricature of black people and other race. He said they were really racist. And I heard they aired those and I heard Warner Bros. Aired those episodes again, but this time they did a disclaimer saying that these were back then racist and really offensive, but we have learned from there. You had to censor 11. In my opinion, at least Warner Bros. Is admitting from their racist past and learning not to do it again. Good on Warner Bros. At least they're way better than Disney, who don't want to admit their past, their racist past. At least Warner Bros. Admits from their mistakes and learn not to do it again. Because if they do it again, They're a stinker. And I know because Warner Bros. Knows not to do it again. Never to, because times have changed. They say, yeah, 100 agree. Yeah, because we live, because they have to admit, you have to admit your racist past. If you don't admit from your racist past, you're doomed to repeat it all over again. You're doomed to repeat it. If you don't learn from history, you're failed to repeat it all over again. And this is what I'm meaning because, yeah, yeah, it's ridiculous how Disney keeps posting out whenever it comes to Song of the South. Yeah, I know because they don't want to they think, "Oh, we don't want to admit our racist past because we don't want that because we're worried that people will say we're trying to erase it, but you can't erase your racist past because people are going to find out one way or the other. Some people can find it by votes. Some people can find it by anything. Anything. They can find anything. Like, you can't erase racist history. We can learn, but we can learn from history, from racist history, not to do this all over again. Not to do this again. To stop doing this. Because if this all happens, because we don't want to wind up like, yeah, by the Pirate Bay. Yeah, I know that you'll have to find it by the Pirate Bay, which I heard, yeah, we all know Pirate Bay is like a good pirating site. Because people say Disney is the reason why copyright is messed up. And that's true to some extent. I do believe that they're the reason why copyright is fucked up in some way, shape, or form. And I do believe that because Disney kind of did mess up copyright in some ways because they didn't want their precious mouse to be, used in some way, shape, or form. And to be honest, I don't like to portray Mickey Mouse as a greedy mouse. I don't think Mickey Mouse is like that. If that was the case, then I think if Mickey Mouse was a real deal, he would be very disappointed. People thinking, oh, not to mention the DMC, the DMCA. Yeah, we all hate the DMCA. Yeah, DMCA notice takedowns are just so bullshit, to be honest. And there's so many artists out there that just really artists and people who criticize a movie and stuff, and they get flagged for that. Like, come on. Yeah, yeah, Mickey gets the really bad as a scapegoat. I think I think the only way you should portray Disney as, I don't know, you should do the CEO as a fucking as the greedy person, not Mickey Mouse. I feel like if Mickey Mouse was real, he would have been like, I'm not greedy like that. It's not my fault. Same goes as Mario and pretty much other mascots and flagship character. Sorry, went wrong one. Same goes as Mario and plenty of mascots or flagship characters. I know, like, I understand Nintendo can be greedy as hell. Can be stupid and greedy. Can be stupid because they take down, fan made fan made fan made video games, and it really affects us who really like to make fan made games. Sega don't do that. Heck, I don't think Capcom would have done that. Konami, on the other hand, I have a problem with Konami at times. I remember Konami, what they did with Silent Hill, how they just ended the Silent Hill franchise, all because they want to focus more on mobile games, and that just pissed me off. Like, why would you focus more on mobile games than real video games? I don't mind mobile games to some extent, but sometimes mobile games can be just a fucking scam. Some of them, not all of them. When you have to pay, like, let's say millions of dollars for something. The only thing I know is Konami is good for nowadays is Dance Revolution. Yeah, That's really sad because Konami is a former shell of their what they are. Capcom, on the other hand, is kicking their asses. With I remember when Resident Evil Village came, everybody I know was playing it, and some people were looking at that one character. Everybody we all know and love. Some of us really don't like. Some may not like her. I'm talking about Lady Dimitrescu. I still, I still have a crush. I still wonder why she was so popular. It's because she was a tall woman, and you don't see much tall women. Yeah, Capcom still managed to produce gold. Yeah, I would make a. I would be funny to make a meme where they say a funny meme where the sponge where there was a one where Capcom as Squidward begging for money while Wario while Wario looking at them while Wario is full of gold and stuff was happy with gold. Yeah. Hey, welcome to the podcast. I'm just talking about, certain things. I was talking about yeah, Mega Man 11 and Resident Evil 7 are a prime example. Yeah. And they still make the Resident Evil games still good. Still good like they do change the formula once in a while instead of having zombies and stuff because you don't want something. It's like food. You gotta change something. You can't just have the same damn thing and expect people to like it. That's why I liked it when they changed the formula a lot when it came to Resident Evil. I really like that. Like change the formula in a game instead of having zombies and shooting it. People get bored of shooting zombies and stuff. They want to do something. They want to have something new and stuff. Like I know they had mutants and stuff. I know that, but I haven't heard much from that since. Yeah, I really like Resident Evil, the Resident Evil franchise. I think why I like Resident Evil so much is because I seen some of my family members used to play that game when I was my my family members has a I think some of my siblings played it as when they were like teens and like little kids and teens. What they did was went back to their own what they did was that they went back to their survival play gameplays to the 4D classic Resident Evil. What they did was they went back to their survival gameplays of classic Resident Evil games. Yeah. And the fact that Resident Evil 2 remakes, they use Resident Evil 7 engine. Yeah, I know. I think it's really awesome that Capcom is kicking Konami's ass. And that's why, because they did something. They did something. Here's what I have. Because I heard that Lady Dimitrescu is mostly inspired by the 7 feet, the one of those urban legend Japanese urban legends of the 8 feet tall lady. I can't remember the 8 feet tall lady where she's she's pretty like scary and stuff. She's 7 feet tall, and I heard she can kill you. When I heard that, I think I seen her, but I can't remember what she was. She was named the 7 feet tall, the 8 feet tall woman. It's a Japanese urban legend that everybody talks about for the great in Japan or others. Yeah. When I heard that she was like she was a nine. When I heard when Lady Dimitrescu was like 9 feet tall. Yeah, that Japanese urban legend girl. The Japanese urban legend woman that's 8 feet tall sounds like a basketball player. Sounds like a basketball player. Lol. Yeah, I know she would be. I think if she was a basketball player, I know Lady Dimitrescu would have been a What I heard when they were trying to say something about her, when I saw how she looked, Lady Dimitrescu, I thought at first maybe I just saw at first when I heard I saw her first I saw her for fan art. Fan art. I thought maybe it was just maybe she was that's fan art or something. But when I saw the trailer of her, at first I thought she can't be that hot. At first I decided to see the trailer, and I was like, at first I was like, I know she's not gonna be that hot. And then after the trailer, I said, oh damn, she's hot. Oh damn, she's hot. Weirdly hot. Weirdly had a crush on her. Out of all the people who had a crush on her, I was one of them. I was like, damn it, I have a crush on her. Like, oh my god. She was like my favorite, like, guess one of my favorite characters because she's a tall woman. And you don't see much tall women in media that much. Maybe if they have high heels, but she's tall. So, oh no, he's hot. That was me. But let's do that with Lady Dimitrescu. Reminded me of that SpongeBob moment. Yeah, let's change that to Lady. Let's change that to Lady Dimitrescu. Me when I say, oh god, me clicking the trailer. Click. Press the button. Press the button. Was on her phone on my phone or on the computer. I think I was on the phone when I saw this, or possibly saw it on my TV. Possibly. I still don't remember which one, but I think it was the phone. I said, whoa. And fun fact, I've seen a lot of Lady Dimitrescu cosplayers at YomaCon. Some actually had some stills. One of the cosplayers had some stills. Stills of the of Lady Dimitrescu had some stills because they were trying to be like Lady Dimitrescu. When I saw that, I was like, holy shit! Those stills look like they could be scary. Because if I had to do stills, I think I would be scared to be doing stills. Because I heard stills are like painful. It depends on the stills and stuff. But I have a phobia of, I guess, falling and stuff. I could try to do a cosplay. I could try to do cosplay of Lady Dimitrescu. Yeah, I know. When I saw, very impressive. I know. Like, most cosplayers of Lady Dimitrescu don't use stills, but that one did. I was like, oof. I was like, oh my god. Someone told me that the stills it depends on the stills. Some stills, like I seen people with stills, and I'm like, how can you walk with those stills? How can you go upstairs with those stills? You have to fucking use a freaking, I say freaking, a freaking elevator. I'm like, god, that's why I have a problem with stills. Oof, boy. And when I took a picture of her, fun fact, I took a picture of her. I really like Lady Dimitrescu. Cool. Oh, yeah, stills. You know what I'm saying? Those walking stills. Stills? Oh my god, stilts. Stilts. Why did I pronounce it like that? Why did I pronounce stills with stilts? Stills. Like, you said stilts. Yeah, I heard stilts are really scary, for what I heard. It depends on the certain stilts you have. And fun fact, when she was trying to go to where like, fun fact, when she was trying to go, when she did the ducking down part, when she was trying to go to the dealer's den and artist alley. Dang. Like, I would have said, how's the weather up there, girly? But I don't know. I don't know if I would. That would have been very funny if I said, how's the weather up there? I would have been like, oof. And and she did do the ducking down part. Like when I saw that, I was like, oh wow. That was just so. I mean, I seen a cosplayer cosplayed as Lady Dimitrescu, a black one, a black cosplayer as well. I remember I went to the gathering, to the gathering. Fun fact: I went to a Resident Evil cosplay gathering at a church. This was on this. Luckily, this was on Saturday. Luckily, it was a Saturday when this all happened. I was in my Among Us cosplay. In my Among Us cosplay when this all happened. I took pictures of them. So awesome. I took pictures of the of all the cosplayers as Resident Evil cosplayers. I was like, oof. I loved it. Even I made them laugh. Even I made one laugh. Like I said, what do you call a crewmate that eats spaghetti? An impasta. Because I was an Among Us cosplayer. And I had my mini crewmate with me. I was the one with bear ears. Brown with bear ears. I really liked the brown. Yeah, it was so awesome. Everybody was there. Almost. I was there when this all happened. I was there. The cosplay. The cosplay as a Among Us character. I saw all the cosplays, even the ones that I favored the most. The Lady Dimitrescu cosplay. I would have done fun fact. I would have done a TikTok of me in my cosplay when I'm trying to do when you're trying to swipe a card, but then it goes out, and I like swoop beep where the part where you have to swipe a card. If you go too fast, it will say too fast. If you go too slow, you're gone too slow. And then she did a perfect one. Yeah, it would be awesome. While in the dark. I am. I did get some pictures. I only got one picture taken of my Among Us cosplay, but that was good. That was some progression for me. Progress. That was just some progress. I'd call that progress because I wore a John Egbert. I wore a John Egbert T-shirt. I wore that T-shirt because I wanted to make a home a a pay homage to Homestuck. John Egbert was a Homestuck character, and people really liked my John Egbert T-shirt. 48 progression resolution. Yep, I'm going to, and I might do that, Among Us cosplay next next time I go back to when I go to Yomacon. Go back to Yomacon, an anime con in Detroit, in an anime convention in Detroit. I'll go as a, but this time I'll have next time I'll have something on those something on those with the with the on my suit. I'll have a an iron-on patch on the suit, but that will have my Twitter user handle on there. my Twitter handle on there. It's gonna be Iron On, so I'll have my Twitter handle on there. My Twitter handle and other handles on my, I'm advertising, my YouTube, my other like, my YouTube channel and my social medias, many of my social medias, and possibly another one. And then you reached 70, 20 progression, 20 progression revolution. You're high definition. Yeah, I said progression. I said progression. Progressive. I meant to say progress. It was progress. And that sounds pretty cool. Yeah, it is because so people can follow me. Don't worry. I'm that, I really did wanted to make, I really do like, I just really do like, I do like I really do like cosplayers. Anyone who could cosplay as any character they like, no matter what their, race and gender are. But the problem is there's a lot of racism in the cosplaying community, for what I heard. For what I heard, there's a lot of racism, like like if you cosplay as a white person cosplay as a black person, as a black character that they really like, or a white character cosplaying as a black, or a black person cosplaying as a white character, or any other race or different race, because it's fun, because that character's not that race, even though who cares, it's cosplaying. People can cosplay whatever they want. Like, let them cosplay whatever they want. It's not hurting you or any way, shape, or form. Like, I've seen people cosplay as many characters I've seen in the past, and those cosplays are pretty awesome. I was just so when I did, I know some people who cosplayed as certain characters. For me, I remember one of my favorite content creator, Floofy. Yeah, like Garnet from Steven Universe. It same goes to characters that look black when they aren't. Same goes to characters that look black when they aren't even playing a human character, like Garnet from Steven Universe. I know she's voiced by a black person, but I know she's a gem. Most gems out there, most gems are like. I know most of those gems. Yeah, most. Now, like I understand. Like I hear the term black coded characters. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's like, just because the character has. I mean, there are many voice actors who voices other characters that are different races. Like for example, I seen white people voice other race characters. I seen black people voice other race characters. I seen I seen males voiced females, and I seen females voicing male characters. What's wrong with voice acting a character that's a different race and gender? Phil Lamar. Wait, which? Hey, is he a voice? Is he a voice actor or a character? Because I can't remember which. Yeah, cause like I know characters. I know a lot of people who voice characters. I remember one time. I remember once. I remember people. I remember one of my favorite game, Dark Deception. Oh, he voices Samurai Jack. Yeah, Samurai Jack is Asian, but we don't know if that. And among numerous other characters. Yeah, like I know a lot of voice actors and actresses who voiced it, you know, characters that were like different race, and they were like, and they were the same, like either same or different race from the characters. For me, for me, it's their choice if they want to voice. It's because you know why? It's either a video game, it could be a movie, TV show, video game, anime, manga, anime, and even anime is because people can voice like in Japan, Japanese anime voice actors are usually women who voice. Sometimes some of them can voice some anime, you know, Japanese voice actors usually voice women, voice, you know, women, voice, you know, men. They can some of them voice men it's because it depends because maybe not there's not much you know Japanese voice, not much Japanese male voice actors or something like that. Or maybe the character's voice is like, you know, squeaky in a way. Yeah. Like I really want people to stop getting mad at you know, people who voice a character that's like I really want people to stop getting mad at people who voice act a character or if a or if a character has a high pitched voice like Carol and Tommy and Tamama. I know. Or if a yeah, I know cuz there are high pitched voice characters like that. How do you explain most anime characters, most like I know many people with high pitch. For me, anime is like voice acting in cartoons, anime, video games is just it's what we could do. It's what let people do whatever voice they want of a character. Moloch, for example, I thought Moloch from Dark Deception. Moloch is from Dark Deception, so Moloch's voice I thought it was his voice was a little deep. Fun fact. Fun fact. It was it was at first I thought he was voiced by a black I thought he was voiced by a black person, but turns out the person was a white person. It was a white person. I was like, "Dang. He does a good demon voice." And like Hangry the Pig, a Dark Deception character, was voiced by a black actor, voiced by a black person. I know Tara Strong voices two of the characters from Dark Deception, Reaper Nurse and Penny the Chicken. She didn't even sound and Mama Bear as well. And Mama Bear as well. And I would have yeah. For example, when I saw that video of, you know, a certain like why do people get offended if your voice actor if a voice actor or a voice actress voice a character that's like black or white or even a different race? What's wrong with that, to be honest? For me, it takes and fun fact, the same voice actress of you know of did you in Dark Deception, the same voice actress for Dee Dee from Dexter's Laboratory voices Agatha, a really scary half necro a dead necro a dead child. A dead child that will kill you with long claws. I'm not joking. Because when I heard when I heard it was the same voice actress, I was like, no, no way, no way, no way, that can't be true. They don't even sound alike. They don't even I mean they have the same pitch. I have been thinking about, you know, I was thinking about like when I heard about it, my first reaction was like, "What?" I saw it, I thought maybe that wasn't real, but the voices sound a lot alike. I mean, Dee Dee, like, if there was like a room where Agatha, where someone played, where someone had a video of a gameplay footage of Dark Deception, where the chapter of Agatha was there, along with Dee Dee Dexter's Laboratory, I wouldn't at first I wouldn't hear it was the same voice actress. Like, wow, it just proves a point that we love voice. It just proves a point. Voice actor, and actresses really get it good. Really do good. And I haven't heard Dexter's Laboratory Dee Dee in years. I haven't seen that and that voice actress when she voiced in Agatha. I was like, what? And I'm not joking. I'm not joking. If I have to go to the wiki page, I will show it. I'm gonna show it. I'm gonna have to because I feel like someone's now no one's gonna believe it. Let me just find the beer. All right, I got it because it took me a long time. I'm gonna show it because yeah, this is all real. This is real. When I heard it was from Dexter's Laboratory, I was like, oh my god, she does have the same voice, the same voice actress. Amuro from, like I said, it's Amuro from Mobile Suit Gundam and voiced Toro Fumura, who also voiced Namacha from Dragon Ball anime and Mario in the 1960 1960 1986 Super Mario Bros. Movie. Wow, it's a small world after all. I just say this, it's a small world after all of voice actors and actresses. When it comes to voice actor and actresses, I wouldn't be surprised if it would be very it would be very awesome. Absolutely, because of the internet. Yeah, like the song, it's a small world after all. The internet is like, I really do like voice actors and actresses that do get, we get that do voice any character that's a different race or a different race, gender, or even age. I mean, I know people got. I mean, fun fact. I know there's a lot of characters that are voiced by a lot of children that are voiced by children characters that are voiced by male by 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 adults like Stewie from Family Guy. Like Stewie from Family Guy, he's voiced by the creator Family Guy. Welcome to my podcast. I'm talking about how they're supposed to be. I'm just talking about whatever. Oh crap! The person left, but that's fine. I guess no one. Some of my friends didn't come here. Maybe I did air it a little later than usual. I should have aired it on at 6:55. P. I should have aired it at 6:55. But I was, kind of. I was kind of tired and stuff, but not really. But I'll just see. Yes, yes. Seth MacFarlane voices so many characters in Family Guy, including Peter, of course. I I see what you did. I see what you did because I know for that upcoming, that upcoming Nintendo movie. I be here people yeah, I've heard about for the upcoming movie for Nintendo. I be hearing that the movie is also I heard the movie is pretty. People were very excited for it. They heard some people weren't excited for like, Brad, Chris, like Chris Pratt, voicing voicing, Mario. But people were excited when Jack Black was voicing Bowser. Yes, Bowser. And Donkey Kong voicing Seth is voiced by Seth Ro have Seth Roger or Seth Roge, how you pronounce his name. He looks like that's awesome because for me, I think Bowser does fit. Bowser the does like to voicing Jack Black being voiced by Bowser was very I believe was a good choice because I mean they both got something in common. They're both wild in a way. Yeah, yeah. I haven't seen the last time I know the character he voiced it was Poe from Kung Fu Panda. I believe he should. I think it was definitely good of him to voice Jack to voice be voiced by Kung Fu Panda, and Jack Black really did good. Jack Black is awesome. I think don't forget about the Star Lord thing. Don't forget Star Lord. Every time I hear about Chris Pratt voicing Mario, I immediately think about the part where the peanut butter game video said, "Where Chris Pratt?" Hmm. Not to mention Jack Black is in Tennis D. Oh wow. He's, I mean Jack Black is pretty popular. Jack Black's a pretty popular guy. He's pretty popular by people who really like him. He's really a likable voice actor. I, he's more so many voice actors and actresses I love so much. I just wonder what should they? What be so good about them? What makes them like people say live stream? Like you, like we're like voice actor and voice actors are really voiced by any like has been like Hell of a Boss. I know one of the characters is voiced by the character from Miraculous Ladybug is voiced by who voices Marinette is the same voice. She's in that she's voicing one of the characters I know. When I heard about Christina V voicing a ex like an ex of some, I was like, I'm sorry, I just really like Hell of a Boss a lot. Hasbin Hotel and Hell of a Boss. I know Hell of a Boss is really good. Hasbin Hotel hasn't came out yet. I know. It's just I think the whole debacle of voice of people saying voice actor and voice actors have to voice act every character based off race, gender, and stuff. Race and gender is pretty, in my opinion, ridiculous. Because movies, like for example, like anime, cartoons, and video games, you can do whatever voice character you want. You can have a girl voice a boy character, or a girl or a boy voicing a girl character. You can have someone voice a pesky virtual signaling. Yeah, I know, it's so dumb. It's more dumb. Like for example, you could have someone who's a different race. Like you could have we need that's the reason why I said something about black people. Like if someone voiced a white character, a black person voicing a white character, or a white character voicing a black person or any other race, that's fine by me. I mean, the reason why I feel like the reason why it happened, this racism towards this happened is because the Apu situation. I remember what happened with Apu from The Simpsons. Yeah, and how the person made because it all started with that problem with Apu. The problem with Apu. That problem with Apu movie. I saw that movie before. At first, I thought, "What the heck?" I thought it was kind of offensive, but I think it was. I remember that. Yeah, I remember that movie too. It kind of almost brainwashed me in a way, but my dad told. But I realized back then I thought it was kind of racist in a way. I mean, the guy made that video. The guy made that movie because he was a comedian and he was getting, being, and he hated a poo just because because he was getting hated by all because of his racism. But I know Simpsons is based off racism. I mean, not based off racism, based off stereotypes. There's a lot of stereotypes in The Simpsons. I mean, have they even watched? I know and when that movie came out, they had to get rid of Apu because of that movie. Like Apu was my favorite. I mean, Apu was everyone's favorite character. Like with that happening, when that happens, it was starting. It yeah, Most of the Simpsons characters are stereotypes anyway. Yeah, like they can't get mad at a character. They can't get mad at Apu at a poop because he's a stereotype of a Indian of an Indian an Indian bat of Indian of an Indian clerk, an Indian an Indian register guy, an Indian I don't know Indian gas station guy, like I don't know gas station or was it? And the show initially as mean to make to poke fun at stereotypes and cliche bunch that's branded in the comedy that hasn't been really done before on American TV. I know, like you getting offended over The Simpsons. You should get offended over you should get an Indian, and he told me this, an Indian convenience store cashier. I know, like I know there was one of my favorite one of the people internet a Jay who makes jokes about him because he's Indian about being he's your Indian guy typical Indian guy that's a store that's either a store clerk an Indian convenient guy or the guy from Deadpool or 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 a cashier or Uber driver or other stuff or any other Indian characters or Indian real life people like so you can't I mean everyone is I don't care because I don't care as long as it's not people can Lily can make fun of themselves. It's considered a butt. I called I heard about it's called the TV truth of the butt monkey. People make fun of themselves rather than to make fun of others because it's just not okay to make fun of other people. For example, I remember that episode of SpongeBob where Sandy was made fun of because she was a squirrel, and the squirrel jokes was because some people thought it was representing. I have a theory it was representing how you should be careful making certain jokes on certain people, even if the jokes are considered like making jokes on certain people, like making racist jokes on a certain friend or a person you don't like or you do like, but it can affect them in a very way, shape, or form. I remember that episode from SpongeBob. Do you think it represented? It was trying to it was trying to teach kids that being that racism towards that it's okay to joke about certain people, but just be careful about being how you have to be careful how you word your jokes and stuff. I mean, I know there's a lot of stereotypes on stereotypes. You know, because where Sandy was being made fun of for being a stupid squirrel when she's not stupid. She's very smart. Like I still remember that episode where they said where they did make fun of where they made fun of her and called her a stupid squirrel. And that did represent how people will make certain racist jokes towards a certain person that's their friend and stuff. And when I heard that, yeah, that episode was quite off-putting. I know. It was very. At first, I thought when I thought of the episode, at first I thought maybe I don't. As a kid, I thought, why would they? How come? Why would they make this episode? And thinking of it now, it did kind of it did talk about. And luckily, it kind of taught kids about how racism towards how being racist towards someone making racist jokes. You have to be careful when you make racist or offensive jokes to anyone, even your friends, because not only people will make not only if you make a joke like that, some people can often get made fun. It can often hurt people, and you can hurt them in many ways, shape, or form. any way, shape, or form. Like, let's say, like making, yeah. So there's a lot of people who make jokes about themselves than other people. That's why I don't make, for me, I might make jokes about myself a lot. A lot of jokes on me. Or sometimes I like to be like considered a butt monkey where I, like everyone often make fun of themselves because making fun of yourself is better than make fun of someone else that's a friend because that's not nice to make fun of someone because making fun of people you don't like is wrong. Even if you don't like that person or they're your friend and stuff, you shouldn't just be like making fun of them like that. Like, dude, don't make fun of them. It's just only funny in some, the only way, I just think making fun of yourself is funny, but making fun of someone else is wrong. Like I remember, like that SpongeBob episode, like I'm gonna say again, it just taught us that you should never be like it's okay to make jokes once in a while, but making jokes on a certain friend or a certain person based off their I don't know race or gender can be offensive. Can be at times hard on them because they can get a lot of hate where people will believe that stereotype and stuff, and then it can hurt a friend. I know in the end, SpongeBob did get his just dessert, but then made jokes about his own, made some jokes about himself and other people, but everyone laughed. At least making if you make jokes about somebody or someone, just don't make jokes about a certain race. Because I love the part where he said, oh, like he said, a sponge said, hey, I got no bones, and I was like, hey, I got no bones. Like, at least he's making fun of himself. It's funnier to make fun of yourself than to make fun of others. And other race or someone that's a different race or gender. For me, I don't. Yeah, that episode. And when Apu got taken, when Apu got taken away, it just proves a point that we live in a day and age where people will get offended over anything. Like Apu was the only comic relief. I think in my opinion, he was a comic relief. Reminded me of this one stand-up routine Morta Pat Morta did in the 60s. Okay, let me just see. Wow. You're right. You're really right. Wow. That's pretty much proves a point that we live in a like make fun of yourself. At least people will laugh at you, but won't laugh at a person in a way. For me, I would make fun of myself as a gender fluid. Like I say, hey, I'm gender fluid, but I could be a gender solid or a gender. Like I say, I'm a gender fluid, but I could be a gender solid or a gender gas, like a fart. Maybe by gas. And I'm a shapeshifter. So I'll shapeshift into anything I want. I can shapeshift into a bed, and I'll make fun of myself being bi. Yeah, I know. I'll make LOL. Yeah, for me, I'll make fun of myself as being a gender fluid. Like I can shapeshift into a bed, a pillow. even possibly a Care Bear, a teddy bear, even your favorite teddy bear. Ooh, that we need, that sometimes we can just make fun of ourselves because making fun of ourselves is a comic relief because many people make fun of themselves. Because making fun of yourself is like, it's just like looking yourself into a mirror. Yeah. Or making fun of yourself, making people laugh and stuff. For example, I'll make everyone laugh at me. Yeah, I'm just gonna say I really do care. I really think we live. I really think that we can. I feel like we. I feel like with these indie, with these indie. But I believe that you know we can make our own black films and stuff because we can make indie companies in here. We can go with indie companies or make our own indie companies in a way. I mean, look at. I mean, my favorite. I mean, my favorite black with black series. I think my favorite adult show, one of my favorite adult show, The Boondocks, Undertale. Yeah, like The Boondocks, for example, is like my favorite show. I mean, anyone can watch it. People saying, "Oh, a black person has to watch it," but anyone can watch it. You can't just say, "Oh, a white person can't watch it." They can. Like, I remember people were judging Billie Eilish for for um for judging for watching the Boondocks. I was like, "Are you gatekeeping what people can and can't watch?" Yeah, the Boondocks is fantastic. Yeah, it's created by a black person. It's created by a black person who wanted to make because it's full of stereotypes. Just like The Simpsons, it's full of stereotypes of black people. And that's true. I love it. Yeah, I didn't. Burley's Burley's did a reaction, awesome reaction last did a awesome Boondocks reaction last year. Yeah, I heard they also was for what I heard they I heard for what I heard they apparently making a reboot of the series. For what I heard, is it true or I hope it is. I do remember, and I do remember one of the voice actors died when it happened when the Boondocks was having a one of the voice it was one of the voice actors for the for I think it's going to be a sequel series. Yeah, I heard. I Yeah, yeah. It's granddad's voice actor passed away in 2019 or last year, I think. Yeah, he died. It's really sad. The voice actor of the granddad. No, the granddad just died in 2019 or last year. It's just really sad. Like they're gonna start the show without. They're gonna start the se- the series with the sequel series without him. I guess I'll have to find another voice actor that's really good with his voice. He was fantastic. Yeah, I know. My favorite part where he spanks, where he just used the belt. It's funny because it's the stereotype that where black people use the belt on their child if they are misbehaving or other stuff. I was like, when he used the belt, I just laugh. I just makes me laugh because it's funny. Because I remember when I was a kid, my mom would use the belt on me. Like, ow! I know it was so hard when she spanked me so hard with the belt or something like that. It would hurt. I was crying and stuff, and I just that's what my favorite character. That's what I like about Granddad. Whoa, really? Yeah. I mean, most parents use the belt on their kids back then, and most black people. I mean, I see most black people with their kids. Because I remember there was a. I mean, I understand yeah, the belt would, the belt hurt a lot. I think my butt would. I mean, most of my family members did that. I was like, that's what I like about Granddad because he was a very good character. His anger was so funny and real. Like like the belt con what's that word? Con etc. Sometimes they would use a coat hanger, a plastic coat hanger for that. I was like, barely even mentioned that in a reaction video. The belt, the conic, etc. Like, dang, he got his butt. Like, yeah, the stereotype that, yeah, that's the stereotype most of the time. Usually, white people would do it, but I think they would use their hands to spank the kids with the belt. The belt, dang, it was hurt. It hurt a lot, and it was very funny that, and that's what I like about Granddad. His anger was like so real. I mean, and his fear was very real. To be honest, anger and anger was my favorite. His favorite that was my favorite part about him. When he gets angry, he would just use the belt. I think everyone's favorite character has to be Uncle Ruckus. Oh boy, Uncle Ruckus. Yeah, he is a stereotype of black people, of the certain black people who want a piece to the white people in a way. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I know he is. I know he is because it's funny about Uncle Ruckus. Like, he's everyone's favorite character. He's more popular than, if there was a chart. I think people would do a if they did a survey on whose favorite Boondocks character they like. I bet it would be Uncle Ruckus. Yeah, he's definitely a character. He's quite the character. He's like it's like the black and white situation. The black and white, like, he's like, for example, I thought he was an Oreo at first, but he's an Uncle Tom, which I heard Uncle Toms are mostly, black people who are trying to piece to the white people in a way. Yeah. In fact, I remember seeing someone did an amazing cosplay on him. Oh, really? That's, I mean, everyone, yeah. I feel like he's like the most favorite character of the Boondock series because cosplays of him. How would they do a really good cosplay of him? It would be very difficult to do if there was a, you know, it would be very. I believe the cost of course, it looked so accurate. Yeah, it looked so accurate. Oh wow, like it would be very hard for. Yeah, making it accuracy of Uncle Ruckus look so. Yeah, it would be very very difficult. I think it would be like I think his level of cosplaying would be the level would be difficult. Would be under difficult or moderate. For me, it would be difficult to do his cosplay because of the cosplay, doing him in the show because it's the problem is his eye, the eye in a way. How he, yeah, yeah, I've just really. I heard there was also there. I heard originally there was going to yes, the bulging eye. Yeah, that's the bulging eye of Uncle Ruckus is very hard. How are you gonna get that eye? Uncle. Yeah, cause how you gonna get that eye? Sometimes the eye you have to find it. You have to go online to find a bulging eye because some eyes or get it in a store at a store because you gotta make it accurate though. And I also heard there was gonna be a live act. I heard there was gonna be a movie on him, Uncle Ruckus, but it never came to be because I think there was actually going to be a movie. Let me see, because I think I remember there was going to be a movie on him. It was a Kickstarter. Apparently, it was a campaign, a Kickstarter. Mick Grotto kickstarted a campaign in order to produce a film focusing on Uncle Ruckus. The fundraiser was from January 30th, 2013 till March 2013. Pledge of one one 29 to $129 $0.30. Even he started the crowdfunding, but it was be the sole source of the funding of the film. But they Brother of Comic Alliance expressed that it might be concerned of the film, although it's not affected as a racial comedy outside of the context of Boondocks. Like come on, a film like the film would have been a good thing for Uncle Ruckus because we barely know. We almost know. Sometimes we know of him because of the stuff on him on him and stuff. Like his show is so the show is so good because of Uncle Ruckus being a good character, like a really good character. He's a funny character in a way, a funny character in a way. And I remember that That one, that part. Does anyone remember that episode where I think it was one of the characters from one of the characters get possessed by Stinky Man. I don't know, Stinkman, or how you pronounce his name, Stinkman. And Stinkman possessed this person, and then I remember the part where Stinkman getting possessed, and then he's saying, and the part where he showed the book to the possessed person, to the possessed by Stickman possessing the person. He said, "Read, nigga, read." Like, yeah, I think I saw that clip. Yeah, part of me just think that's me when someone said there's not much. I think that would be me if someone say me when someone gives me a when people say that. I think that is so funny. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, it's so funny. He's like, read, nigga, read. Like, oof. I was like, oof. I, I'm thinking of it now. It's so funny. It's so damn funny. Me showing, me showing people that you could still be, you can still have a good art style and be a shitty person, or you can still have a good art and still artists can still art styles doesn't have to be realistic. Read, read. Me showing editors, me showing neckbeards. Read, nigga, read. Me showing neckbeards that their anime waifu, their anime waifus are not real. Read, nigga, read. Because loves the boon, everybody loves the Boondocks. People like. I understand why people like the Boondocks so much. It's because of Uncle Ruckus. If they got rid of Uncle Ruckus, I think the show would be just plain boring without him, without Uncle Ruckus. Because what makes a show good is you have to have a character that people pretty much like. Why do people like that character? Maybe it could be they're relatable or they're the comic relief. The comic relief. Me telling people to read the anime instead of watching me telling people to read the manga instead of watching the anime. Read! The show that had great not to mention the show had great social commentary. Yeah, because they show it, not tell it. It's a show and show. It's a show it, not a tell it. Yeah, because I think there was an episode that never aired. It was a BET episode. Yeah, show don't tell. Yeah, I might make a show of I might make an. I was thinking about making a web series about, and there are certain stuff I might show but won't tell. You could show. It's like this. You can show a painting that has a lot of meaning in it. A painting about dark clouds. A person in a dark cloud. You can show, like, for me, it's like showing, like, you can show a picture. You can paint a picture of of dark clouds and sunny and happy rainbows and some rainbows. But people won't know. You can, people will have their own conclusion about what the meaning means with the rain with the cloud and with the painting of the clouds and rainbows on it. For me, I would say it possibly shows the person's emotions in a way because you see artists show because if you know painters will do that. They'll show it, but they won't tell what the meaning behind it is unless and if people can show what that meaning mean with the painting with a painting. For me, if you're going to do a painting with I don't know rainbows and clouds, dark rainbows, dark clouds and rainbows with it, with some happy bright rainbows on it, it means that you have emotion. You have two sets of emotions, one happy and one sad, one happy and one sad emotions. I remember there was also an episode from the Boondocks that never aired. It was talking. It was actually supposed to talk about about they did it was supposed to be an episode on the B about BET, but it never aired. It was only on DVD for what I heard. It was because it didn't because the guy was worried about how BET will get offended. The person who created Boondocks said he was worried about BET getting offended. Like, yeah, I mean, I understand why he there was an that episode never aired, but it was only aired in a DVD. Only was put in a DVD. To be honest, the episode only aired in Canada. Yeah, I know how. Yeah, I'm reading the Wikipedia page about why the show haven't like it did. I heard it did air the BET episode of yeah Canadians had made it. I heard it aired only in Canada back in this show BET. It did not air it did not air in the United States until May of 2020. The episode aired in Canada back in 2018. Not 2018, 2008. Back in 2008. They put a disclaimer: the viewer of this program does not reflect Teletoon Canada or its parent company. It did appear in some it also this episode also aired at Global Elsewhere. And I bet it was because rumor has it that the episode was banned because due to the US threatening litigation for BET. But the president said Lee is a portrayal but according to the person Lee is also portrayed as Deborah Lee, evil parody of Doctor Evil from Austin's Powers, and is often Hoodley is portrayed as Wedgie Rudin, a culturally insensitive buffoon. Ironically, Hudley credited like they got a fit. I don't know if it's because for me, I think they would have. I think the reason why he didn't air it is because out of fear that BET would get mad, would get offended and mad. Even though I don't think BET would get mad about that. I mean, there's a lot of episodes. I know Family Guy made fun of the FTC and the Nielsen before. I know with the FTC, the FTC was aired back in the day. They made fun of the FTC, which, yeah, I don't know if there was any hate towards the FTC. I don't know if there was the FCC. Oh, I thought it was the FTC, but it was the FCC. Yeah, they made fun of the FCC, which, yeah, I mean, yeah, the FTC, because the FCC likes to uncensor unnecessary crap. Like, don't censor shit because of kids. Think of the children card. I don't like that think of the children card. It's just dumb, in my opinion. Kids are gonna see shit one way or the other. I meant to say the FCC, but I said the FTC. I don't know why I pronounced why I thought of the FCC as the FTC, but it was FCC. I mean, I mean, there were a lot of. I know there are a lot of. I know many adult shows had made fun of certain people, and certain companies for kind of good reasons, like Family Guy making fun of Disney. You had, not to mention, they think that people really, not to mention a lot of those people really think that thinking of the children only is not aren't really thinking of the children, only themselves. Very selfish. I know. You got a lot of people blaming shit on certain things, all because of because I remember back in the day where Beavis and Butthead used to air. I remember there was an episode that I heard that was originally had Beavis burned down, because he had burned something. He burned I guess a newspaper, and he burned down the place. He burned down the comedy thing. And I heard that episode. That episode had to be edited in some way, shape, or form, all because what happened with a child. Turns out you're blaming. Oh my god. Oh, did he leave or did his? Oh, you're back. I'll just say this. He really, when I heard about it, they really affected, TV in many ways, shape, or form. When I heard about what the episode would happen with Beavis and Butthead, why Butthead couldn't say fire anymore. Yeah, some kid burnt down the house and the episode got banned. I know. I heard the kid, for what I heard, according to somebody who was like Beavis and Butthead collector, had it's sad because it was one of my favorite episodes. I know. It just proves a point that I feel like it's people want to blame. It's the parent. I feel like parents blame something on everything. They blame something because they can't take responsibility. Like my dad said, the reason why parents blame something on certain things is because they don't want to take responsibility. Don't want to take full responsibility of what they did. Like when I heard about, like, there was a video where they said where the guy contacted the kid. The kid had did mention that, yeah, Jack Thompson is possibly most famous. Yeah, Jack Thompson is probably the most famous example on preying on parental fear. I know the whole violent video games causes violence situation. I really hate that. Video games don't cause violence. It's shitty parenting does. Because parents don't want to be parents. You got parents out there that just don't want to be parents. And let their cornwall children do what they want, and then when their child does something shitty, they get in trouble. They get mad and try to blame it on certain things. For me, like for example, some people were trying to blame, and a poor mismanagement of youth mental health. Yeah, because people want to gatekeep. Oh, children can't be depressed or sad, can't have depression or any other mental illness because they're children. Like depression. Oh, children can't be depressed, can't have depression. Why they're depressed? Why they have depression? They're children. They should have everything. They got everything they want. I'm like, dude, you can still be sad in some way, shape, or form. It's like we live in a day and age where you can't even. And now people want to blame. I remember once people want to blame an extreme an extreme emphasis on hypermasculinity in our culture. Yeah, International Men Day. I know it's International Men Day, and it's the day where men and people just. I'm just gonna be saying this. I'm just tired of women always want to attack men on certain craps, on certain shit. All because I'm gonna say this. It's because I know why I think these women are trying to are trying to bash on men. It's because I'm gonna say this. In the past, women were bashed a lot. That women were bashed a lot in the past because of their, because they were women, because they were a woman, or maybe it's because of it could have been because they're a woman or something like that. And since then, I feel like you got feminazis making bashing on men a lot. And I'm not joking when I see that. I see men getting bashed a lot. I've been hearing a lot of women wanting men gone and dead. All because of some bullshit. All because something in the past happened to many women. Just because something happened in the past with women doesn't mean try to repeat history. Quit trying to repeat history. Stop trying to repeat history like, trying to bash on men like that. You don't bash on men like that because of what happened in the past with women and some Amazonian bullcrap. Yeah. What Amazonian? Let me guess. Some Amazonian women. Yeah, I know. Like you're making fun of Amazonian women looking like a joke. You're making feminists look like a joke. I don't think feminists are bad people or bad women. You're just making us feminazis. You're just making us feminazis look like a joke. I like as my assigned at birth female, that really makes me ashamed of who I am. Because every time I see a man gets blamed for something, like for example, a man gets blamed for, like a man commits suicide, it just makes me sad. Or a man commits suicide, a man gets blamed for, some false allegation that was false. Like I've been hearing about a lot of women. Like remember with the whole, I think I remember. Let me just say this. Look what happened with look what happened with the prime example for men getting bashed on is Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp is the reason, is the example that men can be victims too. We just ignore it because we're fucking ignorant when it comes to actual people, actual men. Like you can't even. When I heard about the Johnny Depp situation, I was really pissed at Amber. Amber Heard, that Amber bitch. Yeah, it made me mad. I hate Amber to that day. She makes me hate. She, I guess, when I heard about it, she made me hate my own gender, my own assigned at birth gender. The boy, yeah, I know he couldn't catch a break, couldn't catch a break because of her. I feel like, he should have known better not to be with that girl. But he didn't know better. I mean, people are. I mean, he just wanted some love. I mean, everyone was defending Johnny Depp. Everyone, including me, because Johnny Depp is a nice person. It's Amber Heard, that bitch. To this day, I just don't want. To this day, I really hope Amber Heard gets the karma she deserves. The karma that she deserves. I hope Hollywood actually. I hope one day she does. Because karma, I don't want any death upon her, but I just want her to have no platform. Because that girl is bad news. Like, have you even seen the hashtags on International Men Day on Twitter? You got people on Twitter. You got women on Twitter. Women on Twitter making fun of men, calling men pigs and shit. I hope she gets her accounts banned. Agree. I really don't think she deserves a platform. I don't think she deserved to be with Hollywood and crap. I hate that. Because I hate when women bash on men. When I see that, when a woman bash on a man, but you got, but yet no woman hasn't but yet those feminazi haven't talked about women in the Middle East that still get discriminated against. But when it comes to men in Western culture like this, that's the problem I have with these type of feminists, the feminazis. They don't really care about females. They just want to bash on men. You got you got femin you got some feminazis who don't really care about the women from the Middle East that still be treated like crap. Like crap. Like crap. And I'm just like, how about be there for those females? Yes, there are females out there that do get discriminated against, but you don't even care. You want to bash on men. Like, don't bash on men just because, a man gets to get whatever. And yes, today is International Men Day. I'm not joking. You got some people who are really celebrating, International Men Day in a way. Like, you got some people who are like who really care about men more than, women, because women sometimes get too much recognition. You just get women that just get too much recognition. Too much. But we need to care about men more than women, because sometimes women can be pricks. Yeah. Um all right, Zoe. It's the same thing with pro-life people. They don't really care about an unborn fetus. They only want to bash abortion and enforce some political or religious agenda. Yeah, that's just why. Like, there are a lot of pro-lifers who just don't care about, who don't really care about, the woman's health. The woman's health. They just care about. They just they just care about their own agenda. If you really care about women's health, if a woman has a baby, don't want to have a baby, maybe because it could have been for many reasons. Maybe they're not ready yet to have kids. Maybe they're not ready yet to have kids. Or they're or they're or maybe they're getting their health is at risk. If they truly really care, they would have advocated for using versatile healthcare and proper housing for all people. Yeah, I know. And that pissed me off with that shit. It just pissed me off when people does that crap. And as a woman, well, a sign at birth female, I'm just tired of women just bashing on men. Like, men can get raped too. Men can get raped. Men can get abused. Yeah. Like, men can get raped. Men can get abused. Men can get falsely accused. But no one cares about the men. They don't care about those men. And they wonder why we got some men that are just toxic. Toxic pricks. Because them toxic assholes just don't care about men. Women, and when I'm friendly reminder, I gotta read this. Like, heck, I even heard that in India, men are often get falsely accused of rape in India. Get falsely accused of rape by a woman, by Indian woman, like in India. Like, what? What? I heard that. When I heard that, I was like, what the hell? And this is what for and this is what I heard according to according to, for International Men Day. Men worldwide are 76% all suicide, 85% are homeless people, 70% homicide victims, 92% workplace death, 17% assault victims, 40% 40% of domestic abuse victims. And that's the problem. But no one cares. And people say, oh, yeah, that's insane. Yeah, I know. That's really insane what happened to that men are victims. Like, for example, many men commit suicide. Many men are homeless people, are homeless. Or some of them are homicidal victims. Or many are like, some are like victims of abuse, victims of domestic abuse. No one cares about that. What we all care about is the woman, not the man. Budge that. Budget. Like you care about, if you care about one gender, you should care about the other gender. That's no exception. That's no exception. Stop with that stupid like you're trying to like it just reminds me of that whole situation. That whole situation with the bullshit. Like I'm telling you, sure. I know back in the day, in the back of the day, I know women were treated as worse back in the day. But don't treat men like what happened with women back then. That's not gonna solve anything. It's going to make things worse than worse than before. I know because I know from experience. It's like you can't just do that. You just don't do that. I just really care about that gender more than the other gender it's because how they feel. You don't care about that gender feeling. How that gender feels. There is so much thing I want to say about how people don't really care about that gender. Really don't care about men. And people wonder why men are like evil people. It's people like them who make them evil. Not us. Not us. Not only us make us evil, but it's not our fault. It's not our fault that you make men toxic. You made them because you made them toxic. You made them toxic, not us. Not us people. Well, it's y'all insane people who make them toxic. Men aren't toxic. Men aren't toxic. It's people like you. It's society like you who made them toxic. Just stop. Just for once, I just want men to be treated equal as women. It just hurts me because when I heard about how Indian men will get falsely accused of being rapists towards a woman, it kind of scares me. Like how many times I hear about women falsely accuse a man of rape, and that man's life is ruined. Like they're, and I know because many men's life get ruined because of a false accusation. And when the perpetrator who did cause the rape doesn't get only gets like I'm just gonna say it, they don't get much justice. They barely get enough justice. They may get a little justice, but it just proves a point. But it proves my point. I'm just scared of one day. I just hope one day that people realize that we shouldn't be toxic towards men. We shouldn't be toxic towards men because of the history, what happened with women. But it's not our fault. Some people believe it was religion. Religion had to play with it. But I don't know if it was religion's fault or our fault. But I think it's society's fault. To be honest. Why do we think it's religion? Because men in religion were like treated like, if you know about the Bible and stuff, you'll understand. Yeah, I know. The Bible, like you said, the Bible was pretty much where the patriarchy got its start. Yeah, I know. I just think we just need to stop this whole. It's pretty much where. Yeah, I'm just wondering. I'm just gonna sleep. No, I'm about to say I'm just trying to calm myself down. I'm trying to calm myself down because I just had to. I had to put my sister's clothes, get my sister's clothes from from downstairs in the basement. And I'm pretty exhausted. And I had to get her clothes with a basket. But don't worry, I'm fine. I just think that people just don't understand where we come from. Like, a lot of our race get, you got people like, you got people like, you got people that are like a different race than us. Like, you got black people being racist towards white people, all because, racism towards, because of the racism towards black people and other race happened. You got Native Americans, black and Native American people being racist towards white people because what happened in the past. And I don't like that racist shit towards white people. Because white people, I do agree there's some racist white people out there, but not all white people are racist. That's not all of them. Most of them can be racist pricks. Because I know, and I know you're not racist because I'm black. I just think people who be racist towards a certain race makes me mad when they be racist towards like you got people who are black being racist towards white people or Asian people. And I should have told you that many Asian people get hated because mostly because I remember one time a perpetrator that was racist towards an Asian person was a black person. But media doesn't want to show that. Media doesn't want to show like anything. Like, for example, if they show something that was, like, for example, someone who's like, they did some crime, like, let's say they were like a black person that did a racist crime to somebody, but the media won't show it because they're too scared of being considered racist, which is not true. That's not racist if you show who the perpetrator is. Because you can't let people make you what you are. You can't make people, you can't just get mad. You can't get worried at people calling you a racist for that. It's like I understand why people make commentary videos. You got those type of people who make commentary saying, and why you have a problem with the media. Why people have a problem with the media. Because I remember when Drake Bell got falsely accused by this girl, all because he was falsely accused by being a groomer towards this girl. And the media portrayed him as a very insane person. And turns out he was innocent all along. And it just proves a point that that's why people don't trust the media. Because they can be biased at times. And that's the problem. When the media is biased, when the news outlets are biased, you'll have other news. You'll have many internet news outlets, online news outlet that does the same thing. You get what I'm saying? And then you got people who get offended over. You got people getting offended over a small person. You got people out there getting offended over someone who's short for their age and thinking it's a child, when in reality, the character, let's say it's a character that looks short for their age, but they're actually Like it's usually a woman that's short for their age. And then they'll say, oh, it's pedophilia. But no one talks about the man, talks about the boy, about the man that's short for their age. It's a double standards I hate. Like, oh, that person is short. I see. I can Like, why? Why? Like, I'm just gonna tell you this. Let me just tell you this, that I'm really tired of people of saying, oh, if a woman looks short for their age, they're a child. Like, it's the problem is because we got these type of people getting offended over a woman's body. Like, you got people getting offended over a woman that's being short for their age. Oh, that's considered a child because their body's not realistic. Like, come on now. There are women out there that's short for their age and still look like a child. It's genetics. But where's fun fact? Fun fact. You already know how tall I am. I'm 5'1". But do I look like a child to you? Sure, I still look like my younger self. But I'm not a child. I swear. I gotta use my childness, my childlike body to get candy for Halloween. Like, I know this person. After all this, the racist bastard guy would desert. For unaware, this guy was racist towards Japanese people, and defend justified the racist towards the country because with poor work condition and focusing on pouring into their lives. You should have been focused. He should have been focused. He should have been. He should have focused on focus. He should have been. He should have went over. He should have got over. Should have attacked it. Attacked it. He should have. I Yeah, I don't know for any idea. Oh, I'll add you to the stream. Add you to the stream.
Hey. Yeah,
Hi.
I was working on something, but like I saw you were doing this, and I decided to start, and I just couldn't stop. So it took me a little while to finish what I was doing, but now I've finished. So now I decided to hop into
Wow,
the
your voice sounds
podcast.
really nice.
What?
Yeah, I'm doing. Yeah, your voice sounds really nice.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, Sade.
Yeah,
I really appreciate that.
anytime for someone who's a fan of mine, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I am a. Let me just say this: it's not as easy what you think it. This I'm just telling you that people get offended over someone being short for their age usually is a woman.
Yes, yeah. I think the term for and people like for like actually I don't know. I think it's like more specifically like someone like who's like developed, if you know what I mean, but they're short. I think they're called short stacks, I believe.
Yeah, I think they're usually called petty. I can't pronounce how you put it. Petty. How you? I don't know how you pronounce the name.
Wait, could you like spell like type out the word because I think I might know what it is.
Yeah, let me just find it. Let me just because I think I know what it means because there are such things as short people.
Yeah, most definitely.
Let me just see. I think I'll type in, because I'm the one.
Yeah.
I'll put. It's gonna be put in the possibly in the if I have the private chat.
Mm.
This word
Petite, I think.
petite. Yeah, petite. There's those petite women out there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That is, yeah, petite. Yeah, that's like
It's like
actually I
people
think
get a
petite is actually spelled without the second e. Actually, let me see. Oh, actually no. Oh, yeah, it is spelled with the second e. Right? Yeah, petite. Short and slender, used of a girl or woman. Small in size or scope. Tiny, small. Small, little of a girl or woman of small size and trim figure. Of a woman fairly short and of slim build. Of women's clothing of small size. Small, little, insignificant, petty. Though that's something different. That's a different kind of petite.
Yeah, it's just like people get offended. Like if you make a character that's from like usually it's anime characters that are like women that look short for their age.
Yeah, the thing with anime, like a lot, like plenty of anime, like especially like in the past, 10 to 15 years, like a lot of them look the way that a lot of women in manga and anime are drawn. It's like they appear like a lot like they appear like a lot older than they really are. It's like it's pretty crazy. In fact, I actually remember hearing about in Naruto, like one of the characters looked pretty young. She was like in her 20s, and then there's a time skip. You see them again in their 30s, and they look a lot. They look like 10 to 15 years older than prior. They look a lot older after the time skip, and it's like I guess it's just the general perception of female beauty in the culture. I can only imagine that
Yeah,
caused that to happen. It's
yeah.
pretty insane, but
Cause I remember remember the whole Uzaki-chan wants to hang out. The
yeah,
whole
yeah.
Uzaki.
I was just about to mention Uzaki. That oh man, that caused a major stir. In fact, I think the show was meant. I think that show was pretty much like taking the piss out of you know people who get uneasy about this sort of thing because like the main character that Uzaki hangs out with is constantly like from what I've seen of the show, he's always like on edge about like things being like about like things being like phallic or perverted, and Uzaki kind of like messes with him because of that because like she
Yeah,
knows that he's just
yeah,
being over dramatic, and she kind of messes with him about it.
yeah. I remember people were mad at. I
I
remember people
imagine
were
if I
offended
saw the
over.
show, like full episodes, I think the show would be pretty funny. I haven't seen full episodes, but it definitely seems like a potentially really funny show.
Yeah, I know people were offended over Uzaki-chan looking like a child because of her
Yeah,
baby face and her height. When most Asian people look like that,
yeah,
and you got women that look like that. It's not. It's nothing new. Like no one. I mean, there were a lot of. I remember back in the day, there were like animes that had some women that had some. I remember there was an anime one time where someone was like, I know it was like a child. It was a some of the characters were like teenagers and children, and they had like big breasts. I
Wait,
think
wait. The children had breasts too? What?
they had like some of these characters had big breasts.
I could. It makes sense if they were teens, but like children, that does, unless it's like something like where the
Tweens?
way that the body works in the universe of the show differently, but like generally,
It was
it wouldn't
tweens.
even make sense.
Like they were. I don't know if they were tweens or they were
Yeah,
twins or
they're
what.
probably all just teenagers because that is like really just where that sort of thing starts.
And no one talks about that. That I mean, that anime was like back in, I don't know, back in the early 20 late to the 2000s. Because I
Hmm.
think because it was an anime where I seen like I heard about it, but I can't remember. I can't remember the name of it. It was like these girls with these anime girls, like these. Most of them were like teens that had big breasts, like really big for their age. I can understand, but they were like very big, so big. I thought they were like it
Why
looked
do I
like
get the feeling that this is sounding like One Piece? Because in One Piece, like a lot of the female characters like have very disproportionate bodies and large bust sizes.
that's not. I don't think that was One Piece because it was like a weird slice of life anime. I can't remember the anime precisely. It wasn't One Piece. It was an anime. It was a character.
It was a slice of life and not an adventure shonen action series.
Yeah, it was like I don't know because it was like a character. The characters had really big breasts. I still to this day I just don't know why they did that.
Artistic liberties be like, but yeah, it is kind of strange the way that it turned out that way. But I guess everyone sees the world in different ways, for better or for worse. And that brings me to a point
Yeah.
that it really is pretty frightening, or at the very least upsetting. Like perception of this sort of thing has been warped in recent years, where people get uneasy or on edge when it comes to certain things that are pretty much harmless.
Not. I'm trying to find the.
What are you trying to find?
I'm trying to find what this series is called
Ah, okay.
because I do remember it because they would have yeah. It's just right. I still remember it. I just couldn't remember the name. I think I forgot the name because it was a very long time. Because it was unrealistic. Their breasts were like unrealistically big. And I was like, how did their breasts only how did their back doesn't even snap? And no one talks about that, but they want to talk about a
Yeah.
anime woman looking short for their age and has a baby
Yes. Same thing
face.
with One Piece. It's like if a person was really that way in real life, like one of the characters, their spine would sever
Yeah, I
into
know.
like that scene in Kinnikuman Man where Ramen Man uh, cracks Brocken Man's in half. He freaking bends him back over on himself and he splits into two. But that was in the manga though. In the anime, he actually does some. He does something that looks a lot less gruesome, but is still pretty as frightening when you think about it. He basically morphs his body into ramen and eats him. Yeah, you're right. It is like it's crazy sort of things.
Yeah, I'm not even surprised that Adam, how did that anime get put on?
And I gotta get back to Kanika, man. That's a really good anime. It's not
Yeah,
the best anime, but it is really really good. It's one of my favorites.
there's a
Read.
oh my god, I think I remember I think I do remember the anime.
Was it like I'm probably gonna look really dumb for this guess, but was it like Kill la Kill or something? Because I mean I've never like I mean I've seen Kill la Kill screenshots. Well, that I think I was like one or two, but I'm just trying to guess.
It's
Seeing
not Kill la Kill.
all
I
right,
don't
yeah,
think it's Kill la Kill. It's an. I
yeah,
remember this anime. I
because
remember it.
it's
It's
like
called.
because like you were talking about it, and I was like, it was in my mind. I'm like, could it be that? And like, no, it couldn't be. That'd be really no, it could, but it possibly. It's like I was going
It's
in my
called.
mind. I was like, could this be the one? And I just had it was like,
I'm gonna put it
I
in the
might as
private
well
chat
mention it because
because I
yeah,
think I remembered. It's the anime I remember. This is the anime.
Aiken. Hold on, I think I've heard the Aiken. That sounds familiar. Let me see, Aiken. Aiken, Japanese manga series, done by Seiji Matsuyama. First three volumes were 16 plus. Subsequent were 18. Oh. You know what? Actually, you know what? That might explain it because the manga was intended for people over 16 or well initially it was 16 and over, but then they changed it to 18. Or at
Yeah,
least no, the U.S. releases they put those age ratings on there.
yeah. Because it actually, the anime
Oh,
actually
and
had.
it says right here, genre sex comedy. So there you go.
Yeah, and fun fact, there was an anime character that was only 11 years old and they had large breasts.
That is bananas. Though I have heard that like for biological females, puberty begins a few years earlier than most boys. Because I remember when I was in middle school, we were learning about the puberty, and they mentioned that like boys, it's like like the range of puberty starting is like 13 to 18, whereas women, I think is like the earliest was like 10 or 11 years old, which was insane to us. But yeah, not I remember, yeah.
Yeah, like not every. I mean, not. I'm
Not
just gonna.
everyone is that the way, but for general, it's like the range. It extends further back than for biological males.
Yeah, I mean, that was very weird when that. I still remember that anime. Like when I heard that anime was. I know it was controversial because because some of the characters had big breasts. Some of the two, I know two or three characters had the really big breast. Like, how did they did that? Is beyond me. How did they? It only had like two episodes with the anime.
Well, the looking at the Wikipedia right here, it's no surprise of that because the anime was in a TV series. It was just an OVA. So yeah,
Oh wow.
mm, yeah, it's good. Yeah, there's no TV series to this. Only the manga, some radio drama episodes, and the 2 episode OVA. Um, you know, kind of like Sonic with its with the Sonic OVA from '96. Though Sonic did eventually get a TV anime, but that was more based off of the Sonic the Adventure duology rather than the OVA, which was based off the earlier Mega Drive Sonic games, mainly Sonic CD, because with the plot with Metal Sonic,
Yeah.
the best character in the series.
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
I think
To this day, yeah, the accuracy of the characters. Like I know, like no one. I know why I think it didn't get a lot of. It got a lot of controversy with that because the characters had really big breasts, and one of the characters had really big breasts, and they were only 11. One was like a teen. I'm
No,
not.
that's a preteen. 11 years old. That's preteen.
Yeah, preteen, a tween.
A tweenie.
Yeah,
Flash animation. Yeah. Yeah. It's really no wonder. You
and
pull a move like that, expect fire to rain from outside your house or something. I don't know.
yeah,
Yeah, it's
how about
nuts.
I'm not even that surprised that that OVS got through. That got through.
Yeah. C'est la vie.
I'm not surprised.
Mm.
And I remember. I just started to remember it because, like, when I remember it, why didn't I mean people did get mad at it, but I still have like why? Like I'm thinking, why would they make a character have big breasts like that? I'm not surprised that. And I'm just like really shocked about it. I'm still shocked about it. Like
Mm.
getting offended over an anime woman being small for their age, but that no one got mad about that.
Though, no, to be fair, back in the early to mid 2000s, which was when the manga ran, 2001, 2006, people didn't have as big of a platform to voice their feelings about certain things. So nowadays, you know,
Yeah, I know.
everyone can use a Twitter if they have, or at least 13 or have, yeah,
And this just makes me wonder. Like people
right.
got offended over one of the Dragon Maid characters.
Though Dragon Maid, it is understandable because I heard that one of the characters, Lukoa, is a Shotokan.
A Shotokan?
Yeah, like there's like this boy, there's this young kid on the show that she constantly like sexually harasses. I think. I mean, I haven't seen it, but I've heard that that's what she does, and it's like played for the laughs, basically. It's like
Yeah, but yeah, I understand why people might hate certain Dragon Maid characters, but it's just some of the characters are just based off some like it was one of the Dragon Maid characters that was like that had really big breasts and they were 16 years old.
yeah, I think that's Lukoa.
And keep in mind that Dragon Maid character just looks 16. They're 1,000 years old. I think
I
it's just
don't
the look.
think the anger is with the bust size. I think it had to do with Lukoa's pedophilic behavior.
Yeah, no, but people get offended over the peta. Like I remember, let me just tell you about how I don't mind. I just think anime do have some like not all animes are like that. That's majority of animes I know. Ellen, like there's because there's not much adult anime characters. You don't hear that much, to be honest. The only time they're
At least
like
not
adult,
nowadays. Back in the day, there are plenty of uh,
adult, animes that have
plenty of
both
adult
adults.
main characters. You got like uh, you got Speed Racer, like he's 18. You got Captain Harlock, Kenshiro from Fist of North Star. You got
Ellen,
Kimiko
Elfen,
Man.
there was Ellen, Elfen Lad, Ellen. I don't know how you pronounce that anime. Ellen, Elfen Lad.
Hmm.
It was the it was that anime with that the girl named Lucy. She's a diclone that had invisible, vectors that will just slice a person.
Interesting.
I remember that it's a really and I heard the character that was from Ellen Light was an adult. Keep in mind it was a horror anime.
Hmm. Wait, what the hell?
Who was that?
Oh, sorry. I was just someone just Discord called me. I gotta tell them that yeah. But yeah. So that horror anime.
I'll text you in the private chat because it's a really good anime.
Yeah, text the title. I'll look it up on the Wikipedia. Speaking of which, I should read this down here in the reception. Aiken received crushing criticism in the United States. It has been accused of being, quote, obscene and lacking substance. Jason Thompson gave the manga a 0-star rating in his review of the series in his Manga the Complete Guide book, calling it actual pornography disguised as romantic comedy pseudo-pornography. Stig Hogset gave the anime a 1-star review on Them Anime Reviews, calling it one of the most exploitative, demeaning anime titles I've ever seen. He went on to say that Aiken is like a hour-long nightmare of sexual innuendo of the creepy kind. You'll never find a bigger collection of wrong anywhere else. In Mania.com's reviews, Chris Beveridge gave the anime an F, and Eduardo M. Chavez gave the first manga volume a D+.
Yeah, I know because yeah, I understand. Back then they didn't have like bigger voices. Back then.
Oh, Elfen Lied. That's Elfen Lied. That's how you pronounce it. Elfen Lied.
Definitely.
Elfen Lied. Yeah,
Yeah, I really like.
I think that's like a German phrase. It seems German because with the IE.
Yeah, Elfin Lead. That anime was really awesome, and I heard.
Oh, it says right here. The series title is German for Elves Song, or more formally, Song of the Elves, and takes its name from the song Elfenlied, which is featured in the story. Elfenlied, yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's a really good anime. It'll
Hmm.
make that anime is like really dark, but then the ending will make you cry.
Oh, damn.
And guess what? The character Lucy was 29 to 30 in the anime. Like it's
Wait,
really
who was in?
Lucy. She's the main character. She's that Loney with pink hair and red eyes.
Yeah, what about Lucy?
Her age is like 29 to 30,
Ooh. Hmm.
making her possibly because you don't see much adult main characters in animes. The only time you'll see it is possibly
stuff from, like I mentioned, from back in the day. Like you got Captain Harlock,
Yeah,
you
Harlock.
got Kinnikuman, Man, you got Kenshiro, and all other guys from Fist of the North Star, and JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. You got like uh,
Yeah.
I think. Wait, are the Attack on Titan characters adults or are they like 6, 7? I don't. How old is Eren? Is he like 18 or something
Aaron from.
from Attack on Titan?
Let me just look up Aaron.
I think he seems 18 or 19.
Let me just see, because I think.
Erfinlied. Elves. Elvish sitting. Oh, elvish singing is not what to miss in June.
Let me see how old. Let me see how old. I think I know Elgin was like 15 when all this happened. He was 15.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, so yeah, there's that, and of course there's my favorite anime franchise ever, Lupin the Third, of course. And then there's the shit. What? All right. Oh, no. Oh, and then there's Ken Asuka from Karate Baka Ichidai. That's a classic right there. And uh, the guy from Macross, aka Robotech, if you prefer. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I guess.
And then and then and then you got hell the Kerodo platoon of Sergeant Kerodo. They're technically, they're small, cute, adorable little alien frog guys, but they're all technically adults, including even Tamama, who's the youngest of the platoon.
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh. Yeah.
and that was more recent one. It's like 2004 to 2011. So yeah, it's not even one of the older ones from pre 2000s. Uh, what else? There's I already mentioned JoJo. Uh, Not Initial D because those are like high school seniors, I believe.
Yeah, they don't. I guess they don't count.
I gotta get back to Initial D. That's a pretty great anime. From I started watching it like a few months ago, and
I don't.
it is
It
really
just makes me
good.
wonder. It makes me wonder why they have like anime characters that are usually kids or teens.
Well, that's very easy to answer because generally the way it is in Japan is a lot of you know especially mainly with shonen stuff. The way they see it is that kids feel in like are more like more relate relate more to you know younger characters. um
Than older
like,
characters.
yeah, it's like they relate more to the younger guys because they manage to do things that you don't normally see kids or teens doing. So it's like really impressive. It's like it excites them more. That's the way it's always been. Like both in America, but especially in Japan. Like with Dragon Ball. Like Dragon Ball, start and Goku is like 12 years old, and eventually, by the end, and then by the end, he gets older, and then with Dragon Ball Z, he's an adult now, and they introduce his son Gohan, and then near the end of Dragon Ball Z, Gohan is an adult as well, so his younger brother Goten is introduced as well. That's just how it's been. and of course, eventually you get to Dragon Ball GT with Pan, and such. It's always that sort of thing. In hell, JoJo, like JoJo has been around since like the late '80s, and they keep introducing new generations of the Joestar family. Um, and
Yeah, I see. I see. Because I heard, because I know many people don't like it because of the JoJo reference and shit. I don't mind it. Like, it can be annoying at times, but I know JoJo is really good.
yeah, it's like you always see the stuffs pop up and like, but yeah, it's like I haven't. Despite it not being of that much interest to me, I definitely recognize JoJo as an undeniable classic and definitely some really entertaining stuff, like the over the top action and whatnot. It's great stuff, really. Not to mention, um, it spawned a lot of cool video games, including two really sweet arcade fighting games from Sega, I believe. I mean, I haven't bothered checking them out, but if you look up the JoJo fighting game, you will see numerous people. In fact, when I went to Too Many Games this past October, like over a month ago, like early October, I went to Too Many Games 2021. It was a fantastic convention. I've freaking loved it there. I remember they had these two Pandora's Key consoles, and basically this is like these like bootleg consoles from China. That's like a large panel with two sets of joysticks, and it has a bunch of arcade games inside of it. And I remember there that um, the two ones there, and a lot of people were like crowded around it, just playing JoJo. Like like I had to wait. Like one of my friends, me and my friend Vic, we were there at the convention. We wanted to play some uh want to play a bootleg Street Fighter 2 game, but like we had to wait because a lot of people were there playing the JoJo arcade game and just like going ham on the stuff. Like they were just like people freaking love that game. So it definitely speaks volumes to like how much it's like hell, even just like going on to Fightcade and looking in the room for the JoJo games and seeing how many people are in there challenging each other to JoJo matches, it's insane.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, because I heard the arcade game has like that one one move that Dio has.
You mean the one with the steamroller?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was like an old meme from like back in the day with him, like the video on YouTube of him doing the move of him slamming a steamroller on someone, beating it to shit, and like screaming.
Like when I hear that, I still remember. I think that's how I got into. That's how I might should be. I almost got into JoJo.
I think that was probably my earliest exposure to JoJo, even before
I didn't know what it
all the
was at
JoJo
first.
memes. It's like yeah, because I don't know if I saw just the video itself or if I saw like or if I saw it in a YouTube poop or something, but I definitely remember seeing it sometime when I was a kid online and just seeing the craziness unfold. That might have been my very earliest exposure to JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Yeah, that's the one of the classic meme because he just because almost everyone was making it. Almost everyone was making like videos on that, like
Mm.
animated videos, and sometimes even. And I still to this day, didn't know where it came from, and then someone told me where it came from. I Yeah,
Mm.
I mean people do like I mean that's like you said that's why you say there's like more kids and teens in anime than adults because you say it's relatable.
Yeah.
I mean, many. I mean, yeah. I mean, everything's relatable to. I mean, how you explain Danganronpa?
Yeah, Danganronpa.
Yeah, Danganronpa. Yeah, because
It, it's got a bear, so I don't know how much more relatable it can get.
yeah, even though it does involve killing kids and stuff. I
Yeah,
mean,
it's like you call in the game and you win or you die. It's like Jigsaw or Skate or Die.
yeah, that's
If you thought, well, Skate or Die, you don't actually, there is no, punishment for not winning. It's just a rad turn because it was an '80s skateboard game from EA. Back when EA didn't suck and when they were actually cool.
yeah. I played some.
Pretty much pre P pre Xbox One EA, pre PS4 Xbox One EA, because really EA's final moment of glory was during the Wii era, and after that they went to shit.
Yeah, they went downhill after they keep milking. What they really stole. They really kind of with these game companies. They buy these game companies, and then guess what happened to them? They either go bankrupt, and then they get consumed, and the people get
So
consumed by
EA
them.
EA never got had that happen to them. It's like it's just the same company from that was founded all the way back in 1982. Though it's gotten a lot worse because a lot of the cool people that were there aren't there anymore. That it's one of those situations similar with like Konami and such.
Yeah,
So apparently, like the poor management of Konami even was a thing back during their glorious periods in the '90s. So I guess it didn't get it as bad until the 2010s with you know it's
Silent
mainly
Hill.
with Hideo Kojima and the Metal Gear series.
Yeah, and not to mention they canceled one of the Silent Hills. Friend.
Yeah, because like he wanted to try to rectify Silent Hill himself, and they were like, no.
And people wonder why they are going downhill, and the only thing they're good at is fucking Yu-Gi-Oh. But they're also expensive. Like, oh my god.
Yeah, it's like the only thing Konami's good for. I've said this earlier, and I will say it again now that we brought it up again. They're literally only good for releasing new DDR mixes. That's literally it. That's the only reason I still
I
and
only do it
of
for
course the occasional collection and such. Like those were
yeah,
some really good collections, and I really like what they did
yeah.
with the photographic 16 mini.
Yu-Gi
Um,
Yu-Gi-Oh's
but
Yu-Gi-Oh.
otherwise they're only good for DDR. That's literally it. And I love me some DDR, so that there's that. But outside of that, Konami is a waste nowadays. All
Yeah.
that all they're doing outside of the stuff is a bunch of soccer games. Yeah, soccer games are all good and all, but like Konami and EA are the only fucking like big successful companies doing soccer games. They cornered the market because they managed to scoop the licenses, and of course the patchy slot and pachinko shits.
Yeah, I heard that's pretty much gambling, and you can get in big trouble in some countries and certain.
Yeah, not even that is just a lot of their franchises just relegated to that. Like the most recent Gradius game is a patchy slot game, and like
Yeah, I really did like you know, I only do it for Yu-Gi-Oh, obvious Yu-Gi-Oh reasons.
Yu-Gi-Oh moment.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's yeah.
and I heard they fucked up Yu-Gi-Oh this time, trying to appease it to more kids. I'm like, stop trying to appease that crap to kids. They
Ugo.
they Konami pretty much ruined the Yu-Gi-Oh anime again by making the characters look Go. If I were you, I would actually look up the trailer for the new Yu-Gi-Oh, anime, and for and yo, cause they really messed it up. Cause they're trying to appease the kids.
Actually, you know what? Let me look that up right now. Let me see if I can find a pic. Let me see if I can look at a picture of this. What you're mentioning, because I don't think I even heard about this. All I know is that Konami now has the Yu-Gi-Oh license because they actually were the ones who absorbed 4Kids when it went bankrupt, basically. And of course, we all know 4Kids were the one who had the Yu-Gi-Oh license because they licensed the anime in the late '90s and then did the English dub, which got super popular.
Yeah, people really don't like the English dub for obvious reasons. How they messed it up and stuff.
Yeah,
how they baby fight
Shadow
it,
Realm.
how they baby fight it, and how they just made it too
So
soft.
people still have the nostalgia for it, and but it was nowhere near as worse as easily the worst thing that 4Kids ever did was their terrible English dub of One Piece.
Yeah, I heard about how they made they whitewashed the character, a black character.
Yeah, it's like because the lip colors, but rather than just recoloring the lips or something, they fucking changed him into a white guy, and now he just looks like Kinniku Man with those red fat lips. A
Yeah, they
skinny,
could
short Kinniku Man with a weird clown
they could
getup.
have they could have just edited the lips. They just could have edited the lips.
Yeah, exactly. You
It
know,
wasn't it wasn't
it's
that
like,
hard.
and that's another thing actually, kind of ties back, well, sort of ties back to the initial topic, is that it's like people always talk about how a lot of anime, like the way that black people are drawn is like they
Yeah,
it looks wrong, but there are plenty of anime out there that do black people
good.
properly draw them. Like off the top of my head, I can think of like two of them. One of them I forget the name of, but Frobin did a fantastic video about it a
I
few
know
months
that
ago.
I know about Afro. There's like this series called Afro Samurai, or was it
Oh,
called
I've heard
Afro?
of Yeah, I've heard of Afro Samurai.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's this one mecha anime from the mid '80s, like 1984, that had one of the main characters. I think was, well, not one of the main characters, but one of the secondary supporting characters was a black. Were these two black kids, and the design looks really good. Not to mention they're also like badass characters,
Yeah.
and of course there's also going the lady, one of the female characters from Macross and Robotech. She was, I forget her name, but she was a black character, and she was well designed.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was like one of the command operators on the Super Dimension Fortress.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. It just proves like they don't either see the animes that really had black characters in a way that it wasn't drawn like, similar to that. I remember
Yeah.
we all know what happened the with Jinx and, the certain Dragon Ball Z character, the Dragon Ball character.
Wait,
He
wait,
was
wait. Could you repeat that?
it was either cuz remember the Pokemon character that had like, that looked like blackface but they had to change it.
Oh, Jinx. Yeah,
Yeah, Jinx. And another Dragon Ball, another character that was like
Mr.
had
Popo. Yeah, yeah. Yes. Good, Mr. Popo. The 4Kids air, well, they didn't, not the dub, they didn't dub Dragon Ball Z Kai. There was Funimation who did, but of course they aired and they did the uncut dub for DVD and also Adult Swim, and then they did a TV friendly dub for Nickelodeon so that kids could watch it. But there was also an alternate version of that kid dub that 4Kids aired on the CW, 4Kids in the late 2000s and early 2010s, and it was like
Because they made
the
them
four
blue.
kids, Dragon Ball Z Kai, Mr. Popo was changed from black to blue.
Yeah, I
It's
remember
like,
I heard about the blue. I saw the blue. I was like, wow, they just made
yeah,
it.
I'm a as a Dragon Ball fan. I've seen that. I've seen it plenty of times, and yeah, it's like it's crazy. It's like they just changed them to blue. The crazy thing about this is that Dragon Ball Z has been on American television since 1996, and that means Mr. Popo has been on um, American TV for that since the mid 90s, and people never really, no one ever had a problem. No one ever, raised any concern about it. So the fact that 4Kids went out of their way and felt a need to make that change about Mr. Popo is just shows how completely mindless they were going with the edits. It's like
They will, kids, people will find out some way, one way or the other. That's
it's like it's like a lot of the edits that 4Kids does. It's like very very insensitive and inconsiderate and pretty offensive in many cases.
like, for example, how they
Different
remove,
degrees,
how they remove.
but then there's the 4Kids edits where it's like, what were they thinking? Like, were they trying to waste money? Because with a lot of those visual edits, that cost money to make those edits. So what was the motive? Were they deliberately trying to waste precious money that could have been went towards better production? Like, what the hell? This is crazy. They're just
Yeah, they
throwing
wonder
money.
why they went, and I wonder why they went bankrupt because they wasted precious edits on.
Actually, I think the reason why they went down was because they got sued in like 2011 or 12 or 6. They got sued because like of mishandling the Yu-Gi-Oh license, and they had it stripped. They got like sued. They lost a lot of money, and I think that's how that was their downfall. Not
Damn, even the people of Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't like their didn't like that shit.
BS. Yeah. Not to mention the CEO Alcon was like, yeah, the CEO of 4Kids Alcon is like, you read some interviews of him and he's like, he says some really crazy shit. Like he said that like the audience of 4Kids' main audience, which is like young kids up to age 7. He said like the reason why we remove English text from these Japanese shows is because these kids don't know how to read. It's like, what? Like, I mean, I could see if like someone like 3 or younger, but like everyone over the age of 4, in a well-off, setting, is able to attend school and learn how to read. Like, where does he get off? And not to mention, just you could still like pick some stuff up, by having that in your brain because it creates a sense of familiarity. So, what the hell? Not to mention, like he mentioned like, not to mention he's like racially insensitive because he's gone on about the need to change these Japanese shows to make them more palatable for the West when that really isn't necessary because it's from another country, so of course it's not going to always be the same. So
Yeah, that's how.
exposing them to stuff that's different is the better deal. Trying to change it is just really insensitive to the original creators and what they wanted for their
Yeah,
creation.
yeah. This reminds me of how Deke messed up Sailor Moon.
Yeah. Oh man, the Sailor Moon dub. Now, part of me really likes it, but it definitely pisses me off with the shit that they tried to pull, like reversing. I think they like. I don't know if this is true, but I think they like reversed some scenes so they, like had cars on the right side because in the U.S. that's the way it is, but other countries, mainly Japan and a lot of European countries, it's left side with the driver's seats on the right and the road is on the left for driving going forward. I think I've heard that on a Big Al 2K6 video about anime, and I think he said that's what happened. I don't know if that's true, but I wouldn't be surprised. Then, of course, they changed some other stuff, and and then there's the one change which had nothing to do with Americanization, and is just straight up a whole even bigger issue, which is homophobia. Two of the characters, I'm sure
Yeah,
if
I
you're
remember. I know that because
yeah, two of the characters, two of the Sailor Scouts are lesbians and are in a relationship. They weren't having that. So what do? They make them cousins. How do you mess that up? That just turns the whole thing into being like
weird.
that just implies incest. Like you just made it like if you really were that scared of having two gay girls on your kitty cartoon, what makes you think you're gonna make it better with like a potential incest thing? Like what the kind of bullshit is that?
Yeah, not to mention they. I remember. I remember there was Cloverway. There was Cloverway. Cloverway. They were a company that dubbed Sailor Moon. Or I know they were called Cloverway.
Wait, did they dub it for the Deke version or was it for the redub done by Viz in 2014?
For me, I think it was. For what I heard, it was like for the. I don't know, Sailor S or Sailor
Oh,
R.
so it's probably because like from what I've heard is that with the Deke version of Sailor Moon is that with the three Sailor Moon series, the original, then S, then R, they basically when after like they with the what they did was that they actually changed out the voice cast for each new series. So with S, they changed it, which is why when you watch one of the one of the Sailor Moon R dubbed episodes, the voice cast is a lot different from how it was when you watch like one of the earlier episodes. Because it's different. Yeah, because like they changed out that cast.
Yeah.
It's like strange. And from what I remember, like the cast for the first series, it sounded really good. I don't know why they wanted to change it out because when you watch one of the episodes of the R series or maybe the S, I'm not sure. Like if you might see it on YouTube, it sounds terrible. Like what the hell? It's like one of the characters sounds way too old, and it's like
Yeah, I know.
voice direction.
I remember, and the reason why Sailor Moon Super S did not air in America was
Oh
for
yes,
it didn't air in America for a lot of reasons.
I forgot about Super S, but I
Yeah.
didn't hear. I never heard about it not being in the U.S.
I
release.
mean, I meant to say Sailor Moon's. It was super. I think it was Sailor Moon Eternal. The final series where Sailor Moon becomes, Eternal Sailor Moon.
I haven't heard about that one.
It never aired in America for obvious reasons because, for what I heard, it was because mostly there were characters that were like the characters that were disguised as men, but they became Sailor. Super.
What?
Let me just see. I know it never aired in America, but I remember when I heard about how it never aired Sailor Moon.
Wait, it was aired, never aired because it had what? Like someone pretending as a man? What?
Let me just look it up. I got to look it up because
Oh, okay, all right.
I think I know what's it called, but let me see. I'm gonna look for it. I
All
know
right.
when there was Sailor R is there, but I'm just that aired, but darn it, darn it, darn it, darn it, darn it, darn it. It was called Sailor. It was known as Sailor. For me, it's just they. It was the fourth and final season. It was called Sailor Moon Superstars. It was called
Oh, okay.
Sailor Moon. The reason why I think it never aired, it didn't air in America back in the 90s and the time because of
Mhm.
the. You want to hear why? It was because mostly how Sailor Moon. It never aired in America until like it didn't air in America until it didn't air until when Viz Media in 2019.
Wait. Could you repeat that?
It didn't air in the night. It didn't air in the Sailor Moon Superstars
It didn't air in the '90s, and it didn't come until Viz brought it over.
because the Starlights. Because the reason why is because the Starlight character. These were the characters were Starlights.
Yeah. What about the Starlights?
They got because they didn't want they didn't want kids because they that's the reason why it didn't air. It didn't air in America at the time
Well, what was the deal with the Starlights?
because they just if you don't know the Starlights are men, right? Are
Right.
men on Earth, but when they become in their magical form,
They
they're female.
become women.
Yeah, and I think that
Oh, okay. So it's like it seemed like uh like uh like
transphobia.
yeah, transphobia. Yeah, that's a major shame about that.
Because I seen Sailor Moon's. Yeah, that's the problem with them. That's why I say people say they want the '90s back. I say
It's like
no.
for me, it's like I want certain parts of it. I want a neo '80s and '90s. I want a super decade. Because I always like I've always imagined this idea for the past year and a half, pretty much. It's like an idea of like just like a world where it's like a neo '80s and a neo '90s, where it's like all the stuff you love about the old decade, you replace all the bad stuff with the improved stuff, and of course the aesthetics. You just bump it up to the max and make it super futuristic. So it's like
Huh?
all the fashion, all the cool video games and songs and attitudes about movies and stuff like that, but less homophobic, less transphobic, less ableist, and less classist, less
Yeah,
uh,
no.
and also a lot more futuristic.
Look, someone said, "Is race hustling lucrative?" I'm just saying. I was just saying this because I'm tired of. I said this podcast is because I'm just tired. I'm just tired of movies that doesn't show movies that doesn't show that what
Like
white.
only having black people in settings with ghettos and struggles and stuff.
Yeah,
There is
starring.
definitely like an overabundance of that.
Yeah, and they don't show like other type of movies.
Yeah, it's like they only allow that to be the thing. In fact, I think I remember someone on Twitter like um pretty much making that sort of comment like about like a new series about like a because I remember I think I saw like a clip of a trailer for it like a black man like getting in trouble with the police or something. It's basically we I think the person I can't remember the exact thing, but I think they basically said like we don't want to constantly see like these torture porns of black men having to deal with cops and shit.
Yeah,
Like
I know.
enough is enough. And
Yeah, that's and like the real reason why I don't know why they don't do that because part of me thinks it's because how people will get offended if you try to make a character, if you try to make it like, oh, it's because it's inaccurate of certain things, like maybe it's that. You
Yeah,
you
I mean, yeah, but you gotta. It's like it goes beyond realism. It's like the thing. The thing. It's like the way I think you also pretty much said this earlier, but it's like they only get that's the only thing that they get to be seen in, and not anything else. Thing about movies and stuff like that, it's an art form. It can be whatever. It can be something based on real life. It could be a fantasy story. It could be whatever. But the fact
yeah.
that they only get to be just this one thing, that's where the issue is. It's only just the one thing, and it oversaturates the populace of movies featuring black people.
Yeah, and I know there's like a lot of movies like that. That's There's a lot of movies that didn't even have hood or struggle, and they don't get much recognition.
Yeah,
I don't know why, because I've seen a lot of movies that didn't have like hood or struggle back in the 80s and 90s.
mm.
Some of them were either they didn't either they had it in the in the like I guess they had it in the 80s, had it in the 80s and 90s, but and possibly early 2000s. But like there were like superhero movies before with black characters before even before Black Panther,
Yeah, and yeah,
like Blade.
yeah. What was I'm trying to think because I've heard this one cartoon from like the 2000s. It's a superhero cartoon, and the main character is black. And I remember it
Static Shock.
because
Static
what?
Shock. Is it
Yeah,
Static
yeah, I
Shock?
think that was it. Because I heard it because I never saw the show myself. Outside of the clips of the thing that I saw, but I first heard of it because there was an episode about where the main character makes friends with a kid whose father is racist, and it discusses that issue in such a very very good way, and
Yeah, I know.
that always stuck with me because it's like very something. Yeah, hell, even in cartoons, there's not as I remember the voice actress who voices Susie in Rugrats. She like talked about how like there's not enough black characters in kids' cartoons. Like there is plenty, but there isn't that much. Like you got Franklin from the Peanuts series, Vince LaSalle from Disney's Recess, uh, the Proud Family, is chock full of black characters, because
Yeah, you don't see like the reason is you don't see them that much.
yeah, exactly, though thankfully we do still get them, and of course in recent times there's Craig and his family from Craig of the Creek, which is one of my favorite cartoons ever,
Yeah.
and especially favorite Cartoon Network shows. It's fantastic. Really gotta get back to it. But yeah, it's like there is we got it should be more like
Yeah.
both for movie. Yeah, it's like the movies. There needs to be have more diverse opportunities for main black characters, and for cartoons they need to have and animated shows in general. There should be more black representation and
Yeah.
abundance.
Yeah, cuz I really they said it's just starting to get stale quickly. My inspiration was mostly when I saw the trailer for Sneakerella. And if you don't know what that is, it's a upcoming film from
Yeah, I saw that trailer. And I was like, it's
I
like this is it's like for one thing it did kind of interest me, but also it was like it's like this
I didn't
seems
mind
like they're trying way too hard.
Now I can understand shoes, but with the sneakerella thing, you kind of made it in a very poor light. The shoes making, I don't,
Yeah,
I don't care.
it just the way it just comes off the way it is, like with the whole shoe Yeezy culture and stuff like that with like designer shoes and stuff like that. I mean, well, shoe culture, Yeezy culture, whatever you want to call it. I'm sure you know what I mean. It's
Yeah,
like that sort of thing they're trying to do with that. It's just like it comes off as really try hardy, kind of out of touch, trying too
yeah,
hard to like appeal to the current guys with the Cinderella story
yeah. And there
stuff.
was, yeah, I know. There's like, yes, yes. I can understand why. I understand if you with the shoemaking, I didn't mind. I don't care. It's just the problem was it's how they portrayed it. Heck, I know numerous of black people are starting got mad at that.
Mm.
And it was because the writers are mostly white women.
Wait, for Sneakerella?
Yeah,
Oh yeah, yeah.
that's
Like they showed that someone posted a picture of the director, and it was it was a white lady. So it's like very poor implications from something that seems that way. It's like I mean, no, like
yeah,
yeah, there's just so many poor implications. The way it's coming off, Disney
yeah.
definitely isn't. It's definitely not helping Disney in any sort of way with
Cause
what's coming from what the vibes that it's
yeah, cause
emitting.
we all know how Disney is. Cause what they did with Finn, what they did with their Finn with Star Wars, Finn from Star Wars.
Yeah, Finn got it the worst, and that really upsets me because I remember when I was a kid watching The Force Awakens for the first time in the theater. I really liked Finn. He was a cool character, and just to hear that he didn't get to do much. I never saw The Last Jedi or Rise of Skywalker, but I am familiar. That like a lot of really stupid crap happened with those two movies. But hearing that Finn didn't got shafted or didn't get to do as nearly as much, it's pretty upsetting because I really like Finn. He's a really cool guy. I remember the part near the end where he was like him and Rey were fighting Kylo Ren. I saw him take that lightsaber. I was like, oh yeah! I was really excited. Of
Yeah,
course, though
he
Rey
was.
was the one who had to to defeat him, but it was still really cool seeing Finn get some of that action and seeing him from the start of the movie defecting from the defecting to the defecting to
Yeah, and I heard originally Finn was gonna be the last Jedi. Was the Jedi?
yeah.
Yeah, that proves the point that Disney just really messed up.
Yeah, it could have been both Ray and Finn. Maybe
Yeah,
the Last Jedi. Maybe it could have been like a plural sort of thing.
yeah,
But unfortunately, that's just not the way
yeah.
the
Because
cookie
Disney,
crumbled.
because Disney just ruins. Like Disney is trying to appease to the Chinese audience, which pissed me off. And they complain about white people don't wanna see them.
Yeah, it's like whenever there's like, it's really a shame whenever like try to suck it to like markets that are nowhere near as accepting, like with Russia or China. And it's
Yeah,
especially worse when you consider the shit that happened with the crappy 2019 remake of Mulan.
yeah. I heard what I heard about, and one of the for what I heard, it was like really hated by Chinese audience, by China.
Yeah, and everyone was fucking crapping on it. And for good reason. Because, well, for one, it was another unwanted remake of a classic, beloved Disney movie. Especially for me. I loved the Mulan movie. It was great. From the
Yeah,
90s. And the fact of doing a remake and stuff, it's like, no one wanted this. You're kicking a dead horse. it was already bad enough with the Lion King, but this take it to a new level. With the fact that it involved those concentration camps in China, and not to
And
mention like they like thanked them in the credits. It's it just goes beyond being a a unwanted crap movie. It
not to
goes into
mention,
like
don't forget about one
deciding.
of the voice, one of the actress, one of the actress was pro, was pretty much pretty much pro police
She was like
protest.
against. I think she was like against the protests in Hong Kong.
Yeah, and pro, what I'm saying, with with the Hong Kong, what yeah, what I heard about that.
Yeah, with that
Yeah,
the legislation and the police, like people protesting and the police. Yeah. In fact, actually, I've heard like some people who are like kind of who suck up to China have like shamed those Hong Kong protesters and called them terrorists, which is obviously not true, but like that's
yeah,
just
yeah. That
yeah.
reminds me. Yeah, that reminds me of the whole. That's it. Just kind of reminds me of what Blizzard. Remember with Blizzard and stuff.
Actually, well, before that, actually the whole terrorist thing, with the Hong Kong, that's very reminiscent of like a lot of people here in America calling like BLM protesters like I think terrorists or similar stuff. And a lot of them obviously, yeah, they do take things out of control a little bit, with rioting and such. But a lot of it's like so many of them, even those who aren't doing it, they're labeled as like enemies or terrorists or troublemakers, rowdy, obnoxious snowflakes, whatever, what have you. And I just realized now that we're mentioning this, it's pretty similar. I kind of can't help but connect that because it's kind of similar, kind of with the way that the Hong Kong protesters are labeled as terrorists by pro-Chinese foreigners. But yeah, you were saying about Blizzard.
Yeah, I knew about the situation with Blizzard, with the Hong Kong situation. I remember like Blizzard. If one time I heard Blizzard with, for what I know, apparently Blizzard banned anyone wearing a Winnie the Pooh outfit.
Wait, who's wearing a Winnie the Pooh outfit?
I think it was some people who was protesting against Blizzard, because Blizzard's like always trying to piece to the Chinese.
I yeah, because like a whole bunch of memes like portraying the president of China as Winnie the Pooh, and and
Like
that
it's
eventually got Winnie the Pooh banned in China because of all those demeaning memes.
like you getting offended over a meme. There's gonna be memes of like not like
Yeah,
there's
I
he
mean,
has.
some memes like it is justified getting offended over, but in this case, they're really literally just being a bunch of whiny babies about the whole thing. It's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
I mean there were a lot of people who portrayed it. Some people in a way. No, I mean there was how they portrayed it, like how they portrayed it. Most people, in some way, shape, or form, not by them. Yeah, in a
Yeah,
way.
but
But
yeah,
I,
it's like that. It's just it's unbelievable. It's like that they do it. Bunch
but
of
I just have a weird.
bunch of weenies, and then
But don't Winnie the Pooh toys are usually made in China?
I mean, a lot of stuff is made in China. Like
Yeah,
in recent years, a lot of productions outsourced because they don't have to pay as much. Same thing with animation studios outs production companies outsourcing animation to Korea or South Korea rather
yeah.
than either doing it in America or in the West or outsourcing it to a Japanese studio, which is a lot more expensive but a lot higher quality generally. Um, though nowadays I think there are plenty. Though that's kind of starting to fade a little bit because there are plenty of nowadays. I've seen there's a pretty much a big increase in more American animated stuffs. I think I think is I think the Owl House might be produced. animated here in the U.S. I could be wrong, but it doesn't seem like it's animated in Korea. Actually, no, I think it is, right? Yeah,
If
I'll,
it
I'll
is,
probably I'll probably look it up later. But
yeah,
yeah,
because yeah,
yeah, China is a lot of stuff is produced there, manufacturing.
yeah,
But of course, the main thing with Pooh is like the original stories by A. Milne, and then of course Disney's various adaptations of it, be it the original featurettes from the '60s or any of the other various cartoons, mainly the New Adventures of Winnie the Pooh from the late '80s and early '90s, which I watched plenty of times as a kid. Me and especially my older brother. Um,
yeah.
I'm a pretty big Winnie the Pooh fan.
Yeah,
So
Winnie the Pooh isn't that. Like they just getting offended over Winnie the Pooh being like sometimes people
I don't
portray.
I don't think they even know what Winnie the Pooh is. It's like all they know is just some random children's character, and they're being possibly like they feel like they're being belittled for they feel like they're being belittled um for being like being compared to that, and thus they feel the need to like get pissed, get all pissy, and ban Winnie the Pooh in the People's Republic of China.
Have to,
It's
I mean,
bananas.
yeah, I know.
And we all know that Pooh Bear himself is a lot more sensible person.
I've seen a lot of people make, you know, like not everybody is just like you're just getting too offended over that. Blizzard just wanted a piece. You know how Blizzard wanted a piece China and
Not
stuff.
not to mention with Blizzard, not only do they want to appease China, but they also are very Activision Blizzard is toxic environment
And
with
I know. I heard what they did to those women,
mis-
and I was like, wow, Blizzard, wow,
misogyny. Yeah, it's disgusting. Like what? It's like what the fuck happened to like what was once two separate companies, now they're part of the same. But Activision was like, I mean, Activision's gone through many shits. There was a point where Activision was the top, was like considered like a pristine company of rogue individuals from Atari who wanted proper credit for the games they made. That's what Activision was at first. Activision was the very first third party developer ever in video game history. They were the first to obtain permission to publish their games for a system they themselves didn't make. They were the trendsetters, and their games were fantastic. I own at least numerous of their earlier '80s titles from when they got started back in 1979. But to see that this pristine company that just fell from grace so hard, and then Blizzard, like same thing with Blizzard. It's like Blizzard made some great titles in like the '90s. Like I think they made the Lost Vikings, and also they made Rock and Roll Racing, which was one of my favorite Super Nintendo games. It's fantastic.
didn't they do World of Warcraft? Or I'm
Yeah,
thinking of
World
someone.
of Warcraft in 2000s. That was a big thing. It was so big that that South Park did an episode about that, and they even assisted with the with Warcraft footage for the episode. That's how big it got. So to
Yeah,
see these two giants, highly respected giants, just become just um a brothel. Well, no, not a brothel, just a cesspool of
its former self.
disrespectful, sexist perverts.
Yeah, it
So
made me
that's a
question.
shame. It's
It
like,
made me question how long this was going on. It could have been going on a lot earlier than that.
yeah, it's like it's creepy. Not to mention, obviously they're trying to save their asses. Like they were caught trying to destroy evidence, and it's a whole bunch of shit.
Yeah, this proves a point that they they're gone too far, and now they're gonna now if this happens and this lawsuit happens, They're gonna be bankrupt, and guess what? And we all know what happened with bankruptcy. We all know what happened to certain companies that do get bankrupt.
Yeah, either they go under the IP. You know, some actually, some had it better. Some actually got lucky and managed to properly survive bankruptcy one way or another. Like, easily two examples I can think of are two of my favorite companies, game companies or studios ever, Technos Japan and SNK. Technos went bankrupt in 1996, um, but they bounced back when a company called Million was immediately formed after and bought all their IPs and started producing new games with those IPs around the early 2000s. And then eventually, and various other companies. They also work with various other devs, like Miracle Kids and Axis Games, I think. And excuse me, some other stuff. And they continue to do some awesome stuff with the Neketsu and Double Dragon series. And then Million decided to give all the Technos IPs to Arc System Works. The guys I think who are the ones who make the Dragon Ball Fighters game. Now Arc System Works has been the current owners of Technos IP since 2014, and they're doing a fantastic job. Like, we get some new Neketsu games, some new Double Dragon games. They're pretty cool. River City Girls 2 is coming out next year, and I'm really excited for that. And yeah, it's doing really good with those. Like, and not to mention, we just last year, 2018, they did a fantastic collection of all the Famicom Neketsu games, plus the Double Dragon trilogy on the Famicom and NES. And then just last year, that collection finally got an official English release here in the West, including all the games that weren't originally English translated before. It's like the first time you can play them officially in English. And of course, it even has online play, so you can do it with your friends, which is, from my experience, fantastic. Same thing with SNK. SNK, I think even better. They pretty much were pretty much unaffected by this. SNK, they made the Neo Geo, they made Fatal Fury, the King of Fighters, Art of Fighting, Baseball Stars, and all this other really cool stuff, and Samurai Showdown. 2000, 2000, they went bankrupt because I think due to the failure of the Hyper Neo Geo 64 and the Neo Geo CD, I believe, and other financial problems. But company by the name of Playmore bought SNK in 2001 and resumed all development of its IPs, like the King of Fighters, like the Neo Geo managed to continue on for another 4 years. And then eventually the company just renamed itself to SNK Playmore, and then finally SNK. So they had it very easy. Like, they managed to nearly go unaffected by this. And even today, SNK still makes new stuff that's really cool. In fact, coming up soon, we got a new King of Fighters game, King of Fighters 15, which I'm really happy about, and I'm excited. I'm hoping that they'll do a Switch version sometime after they release it, so that I'll be able to play it for myself. But in the meantime, of course, we do have Terry and Smash Brothers, which is I'm all for. So yeah. But as you said, there are companies that do go bankrupt, and it doesn't end well for them. I'm sure an example that's near and dear to me, and I imagine a lot of my friends, of course, is Hudson Soft. They made the Bomberman games. They made the Adventure Island games. They made numerous classic titles that are kind of obscure, but also considered classics. Plenty of people know them in the retro gaming scene. Mainly, the Bomberman stuff and the Adventure Island stuff, and a lot of other cool things. And of course, they did the PC Engine as well, one of the best consoles ever. Unfortunately, things didn't go so well. In the 90s, they were losing money, so they entered in the stock market. And then, Konami, I think they, did stuff with Konami. And eventually Konami, bought, a portion of the company. And then throughout the 2000s, things got weaker for them. And then in March 2012, the company, closed up and Konami absorbed all their IPs. And then, of course, they, didn't really besides re-releasing some TurboGrafx PC Engine titles and the PC Engine TurboGrafx Mini and Super Bomberman R, which is a pretty great Bomberman game, they barely did anything with the Hudson IPs.
Yeah, yeah. We all know why people don't like Konami because
Yeah,
shitty
various
decision.
reasons, and it's definitely no exception with the with the barely doing anything with Hudson's games, and a lot of it's really painful, especially for me because I love Bomberman so much, and but I am happy that they did do Super Bomberman R and Super Bomberman R Online, which is some great stuff. But nonetheless, it was still like from 2012 to 2014, 17, the U.S. did not get a single brand new Bomberman game. Like Japan got some in between that time, but most of them were mobile games, and none of them came to the United States officially. Not to mention, there was also some Bomberman projects that got canceled. Like there was a Bomberman 3DS game being made before Hudson had to close up. Um, and Konami never saw that through to the end, so there's that. And then um, there's also and then there's a situation which is pretty interesting because it's not exactly a bankrupt thing, but it is a financial grievancy situation that ended up changing something for the rest of time, and that involves Namco. I'm sure we all know Namco. They made Pac-Man, they did Tekken, Ace Combat, Klonoa, Taiko no Tatsujin, Katamari Damacy, a whole bunch of beloved games. You know, real top of the line game makers. Basically, in the basically despite their successes with the PlayStation in the early 2000s, Namco was having financial troubles, and they realized that if they didn't do any sort of they needed to merge with another company, and if they didn't, they would they would they would have to close up. Originally, from what I've heard, they were originally gonna do a merger with I think either with Enix or with SquareSoft, but that didn't end up going through. And eventually, actually, what ended up happening was that Square and Enix fused together as Square Enix in 2005. But that's a whole other thing. But instead, Namco decided to merge with Bandai, the famous company. The plans were put in set in 2003, and eventually they finally merged together as Bandai Namco in 2005, and then the original Namco studio closed up in 2006 with all its stuff transferring to Bandai Namco, and now that's what we have currently since for the past 15 years.
Yeah.
And Bandai Namco still did some great stuff, though obviously it's not the same as it used to be. Not as great as it used to be. Not to say that it's bad or anything, but obviously things aren't the same as they used to be. But thankfully we still get some great stuff, and still um
Yeah, I know. And still get good things. It's like,
yeah, you still get great Pac-Man stuff. Tekken 7 was really well received, and they did the Katamari Damacy re-roll, which is an HD remaster of it on the Switch and other consoles. So
yeah.
yeah, it ended fairly well, but obviously, I agree the merger could have gone a little better. Because now Namco not only they have to do those, but they also have, because of Bandai and all their anime licenses, they have to do all those anime games. And like not to discredit the anime games, but
Yeah, I know. Yeah. No, it's not their fault. They're just,
yeah, it's like it could have gone better if only they did.
if they
Uh,
could.
they had to do something.
Yeah, I know. For me, you got, when, when I heard about what Blizzard, what happened with that, I was just really upset at Blizzard and Activision. And we all know they have many IPs, and we all know I don't know what's going to happen with their IPs if they if they get bankrupt and then close down. We don't because they could try giving it to certain, other
Yeah,
game companies.
yeah. So it's all a lot of
It's a dumpster fire.
it's a conundrum.
Yeah. It's a messy tornado. It's just after this it just makes me question how, like, if this been earlier than that, it's been early. They said it was happened before, but it might have been happened earlier than that.
Wait, we mean wait who what with
With
Blizzard?
Blizzard. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yes, yeah. You're right. God only knows how long it's been going on.
Yeah, and I also remember
Actually,
they
I
were.
think I heard like it's like it was known for a while, but only now like people are making a deal of it and trying to do something.
Yeah, and they're trying to like. I'm just really ups. Like, it's just a dumpster fire. It just proves a point that I read. Like, why are it's just these companies act like, what the heck? At least it wasn't.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I know when Capcom played their cards, right, with Resident Evil, the Resident
yeah,
Evil series.
yeah. Because like with Capcom, I meant to mention this earlier because Capcom, nowadays, well, they're not as they do still mess up sometimes nowadays, but they still have devs that are really good and but it's like but they didn't always have it so well, and not to mention there was kind of a time where Capcom kind of seemed like they were going downhill with Konami and other guys. It was kind of like I think it was like from like the early 2000s to like the mid 2010s. That was kind of what was going on. With some exceptions, like when they did some retro revivals in the late 2000s and early 2010s with Mega Man, when they brought back Mega Man after a well, with the exception of the Mega Man powered up on the PSP, they brought back Mega Man with a new game since Mega Man and Base in 1998, with Mega Man 9 in 2008, and of course Mega Man 10 in 2010.
Yeah,
Mega
I
Man
know.
10.
I know Capcom was a lot, difficult back then because of
Yeah,
the Mega Man situation. I remember there was like a fan made, game that
yeah,
was.
Mega Man Unlimited. That was gonna be a fan made Mega Man 10, and then Capcom made that Mega Man 10, so they changed it to Mega Man Unlimited.
I know it was people were just. I know people were mad at Capcom with that situation.
And of course there was a fan made for 20th, and then um of course there was Street Fighter Cross Mega Man, which was a fan game that became official when Capcom officially endorsed it, which was really awesome. I love when stuff like that happens. Same thing happened with River City Ransom Underground, which I really need to play sometime because I fucking love River City Ransom. I've said I
Yeah.
love the Neketsu series, and so that, of course I love River City Ransom. So the fact that in the fan game got the endorsement from Million and Arc System. Well, I think it was only Arc System. Yeah, Arc System
It
Works.
was I know it was one of the Mega Man fan made game that got a lot of hate because it was taking too long to make.
Huh.
I think I can't remember what it was. It was called something Mighty Nine or
Oh,
something.
Mighty. That wasn't a fan game. That was like a tribute project by one of the people who helped create the original Mega Man games back in the 90s, Keiji Inafune, who was the series character designer all the way from the start. Um,
Yeah.
Basically, he did a crowdfunding for his own tribute project that was meant to like spiritual continuation. Since Capcom wasn't doing much, he wanted to do it, but unfortunately, like the game didn't turn out as like the game like seemed like half-assed compared to what people were thinking, and it came off that he was like kind of trying to take advantage of people with the money situation.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was like people were disappointed by that. Thankfully,
Mhm.
though, um, we got Mega Man 11 2 years later in 2018, and that was a fantastic game. I really need to play it more. But Mega Man 11 was wonderful game. It's pretty much exactly the same situation like with Resident Evil 2 remake and Resident Evil 7. They basically they after all this time they managed to make a game that was just on par with the best ones of the series. Like hell, a lot of people like from what I've heard. Like I don't play Resident Evil games, though I have been meaning to play Resident Evil 4 because I've heard it's like really good, especially the Wii version, which I have easy access to because soft
I know.
modding stuff.
I know. I know, because I think you get scared easily with Is it because he gets scared easily?
The reason why well for Resident Evil it's like I mean I don't well for one thing I'm not sure I would have as much fun with like a survival style game. I mean I'm sure it is fun like I wouldn't be as good at it, but also I don't play as many horror games unless you count horror themes, well unless you count Splatterhouse, which from Namco, fantastic series by the way. um
Is it- Yeah, I
uh
think. Do you get scared easily from horror games? Is it that?
um I mean I probably would, but I wouldn't say it's that. It's more just I don't feel as inclined to play them. I I'm not. Yeah, I don't feel as inclined to play them, but I have been really considering checking out Resident Evil 4 because it looks really fun. Literally, the only one thing that's keeping me from playing it is the fact that something that does frighten me, and it's the chainsaw guys that decapitate you if you let them get near you. It's like that's literally the one thing that's keeping me from playing that game. If
I
it weren't
guess
for
you
that, I would totally like jump on that because that looks like a legit fun
Resident Evil
game.
4.
Because I've seen plenty of reviews. I've seen people play it, and it's like legit, like really looks like a legitimately really fun game, and it's no wonder why it got major success. It pretty much changed the whole franchise direction and why it's still considered one of the best games of all time. Hell, PBG put it in his I think it put it in his top 10 Wii games video because like I think he even made a joke where it's like he ended up beating the game all the way through just for the video, even though he didn't have to. He still did so.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, it's like playing. It's like you play the game, you get the Wii pointer, you point at the screen, and you get to shoot the guys. That's some really cool shit.
Yeah,
Like
really.
you can't do that with a GameCube. You can't do that with a PlayStation 2 controller. Hell, now we have the Oculus Quest version where it's VR, so it's yeah.
Yeah, people don't like it because how they got rid of some certain scenes.
Wait, really?
Yeah, they got rid of some certain scenes because from the Resident Evil 4, some certain scenes, like parts where you know certain characters said some certain things, or because it was certain characters, like Ashley was saying something to a Spanish person, to that Spanish person.
What? I had no idea about that.
They kind of got rid of some certain stuff out there. Like you gotta like there's a original. Like my friend played it. My friend Arachne, you've played it before. Some scenes were like cut and stuff, but they had like skins that had that were kind of, because some of it was like either sexual in nature.
Ah, yeah, I had no idea about that. That's really interesting.
Yeah, either sexual or just plain racist. I don't
Damn.
think either it was playing offensive in some way, shape, or form, but I don't think it
Or
was.
or possibly minimal at the very least possibly racially insensitive.
Yeah,
Mm.
but I'm
Yeah, it's like they did the new Oculus version, and it definitely looks really cool. I've seen some people talking about it. It definitely seems like a really cool thing. People are really happy about it. So I'm glad to see that Resi 4 is still kicking it in
yeah.
2021.
I really. when I heard about, because haven't played the Resident Evil games yet, because I'm kind of, maybe it's because I get scared real easily. Because
Mm,
I would get like, but I didn't see my family. I remember my siblings used to play it. My brothers used to play Resident Evil.
mm.
I really do like.
But yeah, like going back to what I was mentioning, it's like the like Resident is like with Resident Evil, like Mega Man 11 is like really it's like Mega Man 11 came out in 2018, and then just a few months after the Resident Evil 2 remake came out in early 2019. It's like that. Considering that, it's like it feels like that was a time when Capcom was like really getting back to like their quality groove from the 90s, because Mega Man
Yeah,
11 is like so awesome that it's pretty much on par with Mega Man 6, which is like the best game in the entire Mega Man series. And then Resident Evil 2 remake, I've seen some reviews, and some people say it was just as great as the original, and I've even heard one person say that it's even, or one, or at least a few, two or three people say it's even better than the original Resident Evil 2. And that's how you know that you did something right, when you do something even better and more groundbreaking than the game that is considered already a masterpiece. Hell, the same thing happened with the first Resident Evil when Shinji Mikami remade it for the GameCube in 2002. And like, in fact, people like after that remake was so awesome. Not to mention it got ported to the Wii with the motion controls, which was even better.
yeah,
People love that remake so much that they've been clamoring for the Resident Evil 2 remake, but it didn't happen until 17 years after the Resident Evil 1 remake. But it was well worth the wait because it had really good visuals. It had used the Resident Evil 7 engine, and it just had all the stuff that people love, plus a whole lot more. It was, it played, it was a little different, but it was still, something that people could really get behind, and it just, everyone loved it. Well, really, the only thing people hated was that, stuff like music tracks from the original Resident Evil were paid DLC. But nonetheless, it was only, at this point, it was just a minor gripe. It sucks that the Capcom had to do that, but, or they didn't have to, or they felt the need to do that. But nonetheless, the game still turned out great. People loved it as high praise, and
yeah. No, I believe everybody. I mean, I know there was like a Resident Evil game that was gonna originally be made, but it never came to be. I can't remember which one it was, but I think it was a one. It was originally a Resident Evil game that was originally made, but it never got made.
oh, you mean the Game Boy Color version of Resident Evil 2?
Either that or it was something different. It was another Resident Evil, but I can't remember which one. I think I saw like a rant on it, game rant on it, or something like that.
Hmm.
But when everybody lose their mind when when Resident Evil Village came. I
I
think
think,
it was.
sorry,
I think I know why, but we all know why. Resident Evil.
yeah.
Yeah, when seven was there, everybody pretty much. I mean, they changed what I liked about what the Resident Evil what they did. They changed the formula once in a while. They changed the formula of certain games. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, yeah, but really, what happened was like the first three. I don't know what Code Veronica was like, but I do know like the first three were the survival style. Or actually I don't remember which one was the first one to do the action thing, because I know it wasn't four, though. Four was popular, pretty much made it popular and made kind of Capcom kind of just switched to that. I'm not sure which one was the first to do the action style out of instead of the survival style. Um, there's like first few Resis were survival horror, and then sometime they went to action horror, and it got popularized with Resident Evil 4 in 2006. 2007, 2008. Hold on. RE4. All right, 2000. Oh, 2005. Damn, it's a lot earlier than January 2005. Oh shit. All right, so it was originally on the GameCube and the PlayStation 2, and then it was on the Windows and the Wii, iOS, It even got a Zeebo version. Damn. Zeebo is a Brazilian console, obscure Brazilian console that had some cool games ported to it.
Dang.
Yeah. It was pretty good. It seems pretty good because it has some, like, it's from what I've seen of the Zeebo, like, it had some quality games ported to it, and they look pretty good. I think it was like based off of like mobile hardware or something, or Java. I don't remember, but yeah, it's pretty cool stuff. The Zeebo. There's a
Yeah,
PS3, and
I
then
think.
Xbox 360, Android, PS4, Xbox One, and of course there's also Switch release. And of course, most recently, the Oculus Quest 2 version, which came out October 21st, 2021.
Yeah, it's a. I mean, Resident Evil is pretty popular.
Yeah, undoubtedly. Like, Resident Evil was the series that popularized horror, legitimate horror games. Though, really, the pioneer of the horror, like the pretty much the first ever survival horror game ever made was Clock Tower from Human Entertainment, made in 1995 for the Super Famicom in Japan. That was really the first. Um, and
Yeah,
then
we
of
know.
course Alone in the Dark came out shortly after that for PC, and then in 1996 Capcom released Resident Evil for the PlayStation. And of course, or in Japan it was known as Biohazard, and in the US they called it Resident Evil. Well, in the
Yeah,
West, yeah, internationally. And then that was super successful. People loved it, and to this day, it's still considered a really good game, whether it's the original or the GameCube remake or its Wii improved enhancement. And then they did Resident Evil 2 in 1998, and that was even more beloved, though some consider both on par with one another. And then they did a few more, and then Resident Evil 4 in 2005, and then people started getting upset because Resident Evil 5, kind of wasn't as good. I from what I remember, from what I've heard, though, people still like the multiplayer added to it. And then Resident Evil 6, a lot of people really didn't like. And then they did 7, which was a welcome return to the classic survival style with a new engine. And then 8, I think people liked it as well, probably somewhat. And in between, there was the remake of 2.
yeah, yeah. I know. I guess why do we? I think the what made them, what made them like Resident Evil 8? Simple. It was her,
I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case.
and they're doing a DLC of Resident Evil Village or 8.
What's the DLC gonna be?
I think I have some theories, but it's gonna be about maybe the origins of the characters.
Yeah, yeah. You know what? You know what? No, you know what? That makes sense.
For what I know, possibly that's just what I believe because we don't get to see much because the characters' origins. What we only heard a little about their origins.
Mm.
Yeah,
I think. I don't remember when I first heard about Resident Evil Village, but the earliest, and currently, like, it might have been before this, but the earliest I can remember hearing about it was one of the Japanese commercials for it. I don't know if you've seen it, but if you haven't, definitely check it out. It's really cool. Basically, one of the ads they did for Resident Evil Village in 8 in Japan, or Biohazard 8 rather, or Biohazard Village, is like basically a cutesy puppet
Oh, I think I seen that
commercial
before.
with the main villains like Lady Dimitrescu
I
and
seen that
some of the
before.
others.
I seen that. It was. I thought they were trying to do like a Muppet style or something like that.
Yeah, I love those. It's like Capcom knew like this like obviously it's a horror game, but like what better than just like do the opposite. I loved that. I loved
Yeah,
that they did that. That was awesome.
people. I think the real reason, but when when the demo came, yeah, I think people started to, yeah,
Freak out.
they started to go insane with that girl, with that woman.
Yeah, people freaked out, but not for the reason you'd think they would.
They got it's her. When they looked at her, she was closer look at her. It's because she's a tall woman and she's hot.
And
With
she got a sun hat.
yeah.
I mean, I'm obviously not one of the guys that's crazy about her, but I definitely recognize why people have are fine. Yeah,
For me, I when I saw her at first when I saw her at first I thought maybe it was a little fan art. I thought, wait, is she like that? I thought at first she can't be that attractive. When I looked at the at first I saw the maiden. I think I saw like the her
actually, how tall is she? Is she like
9.9 feet, nine. She's 9.6 feet tall.
9'6"? Wow. Yeah, that is definitely pretty tall. 9.5 feet tall is that's taller than any human being, I think.
It's
Actually,
because it was because of the K-do parasite that's gone when she stopped.
yeah, that seems to make sense.
And she also likes to drink virgin's blood.
Yeah, demon magic. All right, all right, all right, all right. All right. Actually, let me look this up. Tallest person ever. All right. According to Guinness World Records, the largest person ever in recorded history was Robert Wadlow from the U.S. Um, he was measured at 272 centimeters on June 27th, 1940. And let me just run that in the 227 centimeters to feet. That is 8.92388885. So that's just under 9 feet. So she's like literally half a foot taller than the tallest
Yeah.
known human
People
being.
then people said they were gonna lust over her, but they lust over her daughters. They lusted over her daughters. I'm not joking. One of the three daughters. I think it's the redhead one, mostly the redhead one, and possibly the brunette one.
Honestly, I only just heard people, just either lust over her or meme her, especially that one with her on the phone.
Yeah, I did that meme. I one time I did. I was one of those people who did the meme.
Nice.
I
Actually,
did.
I think during that period, I think I was considering like doing one of my own. Though I don't remember exactly what it was for. It was probably of the scene from Police Story where Kakui's in the police station answering the phones. Actually,
Yeah,
you know what? I could probably still do that. Like I
yeah,
gotta
I
just
would.
fire up the thing in my computer, go on the VLC, take a snapshot, and then just I
Yeah, I
could
would.
actually no. Well, hell, it'd just be a simple Twitter post. I just screen cap it and then just do a 2 image thing. Easy clout.
Yeah, I really did like when. Fun fact: I think I lusted over her because I guess it's because you don't get to see much tall women in media.
Yeah.
And the ones that are tall are mostly attractive.
Mm.
I guess some of them, if they're tall, they're mostly she's attractive in a way, and they say, I know people said, "Step on me, mommy," and
I
keep in
think
mind,
though I don't think the stepping thing has to do with any sort of height. It's just you know the thrill of domination. I think that's where it really means. Though with taller people, it definitely feels a lot more dominant because they're
yeah,
literally towering over you, rather than just just being a someone just putting their foot on your chest or abdomen.
yeah. Fun fact, I just, yeah, I think people wanted to get it, and I think mostly it's because, for what I heard, her feet is pretty big. For what I heard, when I heard about it, when I heard about how big her feet was, I was like, oh my god, if they, I think they're trying to do this for the feet fetishes. They're doing this, Capcom is doing this on purpose. They're trying to,
Oh man,
yeah, her feet was way bigger than Shaquille.
I didn't I never even knew like anyone mentioned anything about her having large feet.
Yeah, and her butt, but also her butt.
Well, I
If you,
mean, like it's like it's like uh large Peggy Hill feet, La Cienega Boulevardis feet.
I'll be like, I swear to God, I think Peggy Hill would have a competition with her.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, you know what? That you mentioned that there was an episode of King of the Hill where Peggy, someone, Peggy meets someone and has her take pictures of her feet for her, but then she finds out that that was so that her pictures would be put on a foot fetish site.
Yeah, it's. I mean, generally not the really large feet. It's nothing new. I mean, no one talks about.
Yeah, I'm surprised no one ever mentioned Lady Dermistiscu having that. All is just just her being attractive and having really nice, cool Victorian era.
They did show the. I mean, someone they did put a post of her feet. Fandom did, aka Wiki did. They did this on purpose. I was like, don't do it, don't you dare! Like, why did you do it? You're going to attract feet fetishers. And there is a lot of porn of her, Lady Virtuescu.
I mean, I wouldn't expect anything less.
I
You
knew she
got
was
enough
gonna.
people less days, so of course you're gonna see the waterworks.
Yeah, she was. I'm not that surprised that she's a. I mean, she's really attractive. I also hear people are attracted towards Carl Heisenberg, another Resident Evil 8 character,
Ah,
and he's like a shorty to her.
hmm.
And people like like when she grabs you, she chokes you. In the end of Maiden,
I think there's like the what there's one part in the game where she like cuts Ethan's hand off or something.
yeah, yeah, I know, I saw that part.
Yeah, I saw that part because Phalis did a review of Resident Evil 8. Um, like after it came out, like he did a review of it,
Yeah,
and and uh and I think also there's like one of the things one of the ways you can get killed in that game is like there's like this demon baby that like vores you, like it literally opens up his mouth and it just swallows you.
yeah, I remember. Yeah, I heard about that. People were there was a meme where a monkey was just trying to try. It was similar to the Ethan where people were waiting for the the elevator to come and the baby was coming to get them, and they were trying to say, and then the monkey was trying to open the door, like, come on, come on, and then he was trying to say, come on, and then he jumps on the cage of the elevator and said, ah, come on. He's yeah, because it relates to people when they had to play that part with the baby. You get what I'm saying? I
Yeah,
was, I was, I was laughing for real.
I think I've seen that meme with the monkey begging on the elevator. Actually, let me see if I can find it because I think I've seen it before. That clip.
And I
Unless
told,
unless I'm thinking of some. Unless I'm thinking of two separate, completely different things.
yeah, it was the monkey one because it was a meme.
Monkey banging on. Is it on the door or on the elevator?
It was on the elevator's door.
Right. Elevator. Hold on. Elevator door.
He was like, ah.
Oh my god, yes, yes. This is the one. This is the one. Yeah, yes. Oh my god. He's like
Yes, that relates to everybody when they have to play that part.
it's a that monkey's going ham on the fucking
He's like, come on, help, help, help. I don't want to die.
that monkey's like jumping up and down like he has to take a piss.
Like he said, I have to get me out of here. I don't want that baby eating me.
Get me the fuck out of here.
I don't want to be eaten by no damn baby. I'm already.
Out of here. You people are killing me. I haven't been fed in a week.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah. It's so funny.
Galo Monkey at GameStop. But that's a completely separate monkey meme.
Yeah, the monkey's knocking Chris. Yeah, because it relates. It was like that. With the Resident Evil Village thing. That was it. Everybody was making a lot of things.
Yeah.
Making their own version of this thing. For example, Godzilla charging up his nuclear power. Kong.
Yeah, that's in the comments section of that upload.
Yeah. That would be very
Godzilla versus Kong. It's like a lot of people like that movie, but I also heard some people like really didn't like it. I mean, I haven't seen it myself, but I'm sure it's pretty good. Not the best thing in the world, but
it's because
one of the U.S. Godzilla movies, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why did I because when they announced it her, at first I was not immune. I feel like I won't like her, but when I saw her, I was like, damn.
Careless Whisper blared at 75 decibels.
Me when I seen her, holy, she's hot. Oh, holy crap, she's hot. Realized that I don't know what made me attracted to her. Maybe she's because she's a tall woman.
That's pretty much me, like seeing a lot of Mavericks from the Mega Man X series. Seriously, the designs on a lot of them are just like, woo!
Yeah, I really.
Bunch
of, and I know she has those.
dudes.
And I know she can have her claws out.
Dr. Claw.
Her claws can come out.
Yeah.
Like it kind of gave me Wolverine vibes when I see that.
Hugh Jackman.
Me see that claws? Wow. And then
what?
I think the reason why people like her, it's because she's attractive, hot. I mean, when you see her in her, her mutated form, yeah, she's scary. In her mutated form.
Yeah, it's like in Splatterhouse, when Jennifer is mutated and you have to kill her.
Oh no, I don't want to. If I have to kill a girl, I'd be like, oh no, I have to kill somebody because they mutated. But
Yeah, and this it's actually also really sad because it's like the girl you're trying to save in the game, and you end up having to kill her at near the end of the game. And I mean, thankfully, you do get to save her in the sequel, but it's like with Splatterhouse, it's like it was ahead of its time. Like, not only was it one of the first games with excessive gore, it came out in 1988. It was an arcade game, and there were some games with gore, but there were nothing like that had been done like before. It was like one of the pioneers. I mean, it was still an action game, but it was still like very pretty creepy game with a lot of guts, a lot of blood, a lot of mangled corpses and scary mutated monsters and demons and graphic imagery.
yeah, and
Those were ridiculously hard. Like, Jesus
was they
Christ.
disturbing? There was there disturbing imagery and stuff.
I mean, pretty much, yeah. I
Yeah,
mean, I wouldn't say it's like anywhere as disturbing as like Clock Tower, but you'll see a lot of distorted, well, not distorted, like discombobulated flesh and blood and ooey gooey crap. It's like, ooh, a lot of like definitely not for the person who's really squeamish. It's a miracle, yeah. It's a
yeah.
pretty cool game nonetheless. Like all the
Yeah.
Splatterhouse games are really good.
Fun
Um,
fact: I have a when it comes. I think adrenaline when I see a lot of excessive, a lot of extreme gore. I think I get like my legs will be. I think I get an adrenaline rush, get cringy and stuff. I'd be cringy and I get cringed out with that crap.
yeah, that's understandable. For me, I guess it kind of happens too. Though it's like it depends on what I'm looking at.
And yes, like sure he will. And yes, I made a care. And yes, I made a love child of one of my OCs in Lady Beatrice, which is a half human, half vampire. I guess she's vampire most of the time.
Yeah,
When I
I think I saw that. Unless you're referring to something else.
Yeah, her name is Ray. Along I made it was actually based off of roleplay me and my boyfriend did.
Ooh, nice.
It was a long time like when I made the roleplay, I think I started when I did the Resident I told him when I had a crush on the Resident Evil Village. I had a crush on Lady Demetrius. At first he was kind of shocked because I did have a crush on, certain on, another character that's a tall woman. And when he saw it, he decided to do a role. We decided to do a role play where I cheated on her and stuff. And a lot of things happened. I'll just say like it wasn't like violent or anything. It was just the role play was based off the role play like for example where I go to go to her house because guess who kicked me out? By the lover I cheated on with.
Ooh,
Yeah. And she tried to change. So the role play was based off a lot of things where characters, I had like a lot of, yeah, and then I mean, she was like an evil way, like in a way,
trying to manipulate you or something.
yeah, and try to change me into a vampire or some shit,
Ooh,
Change into a vampire. Then my boyfriend, one of those, one of, I think I did this role play where the characters, where I had another child character named Sour Patch she talked to her friends about this person. Charlie knew about this person via a Yu-Gi-Oh duel. She, aka battled one of Lady Dimitrescu's daughters. You get what I'm saying? And it was very, and they changed it to this weird character and stuff.
Wait, who?
They changed it to like style of characters from certain
Who
medias. Like
changed?
what do you say?
Wait, who was the one who changed into the style?
Sour Patch and her friends. They changed it to like characters from from like medias like her. She changed it to a cartoon character.
Oh,
While
okay.
into a cartoon character because they had some cartoon physic. They had some type of media physic potion. For example,
Hmm.
Charlie is a girl, so she became an anime character. One of her friends becomes a comic. Her friend, one of her friends becomes a comic book character, and one becomes anime, like cartoon anime, comic
Let's
book,
see.
comic book. What else?
Live
Comic book.
action.
I and video games.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I mean, Sour Patch was trying her best, saying, "Are you really?" And yeah, it was a role play that I really liked so much.
Hmm.
It was a really good role play. I really remember. I starting to remember it. Fun fact: me and my boyfriends are a huge fan of Kamen Rider. He did the thing with Kamen Rider Wizard.
Yeah, yeah. I see. I saw on like your YouTube channel, like you posted plenty of Kamen Rider related stuff, so it's just pretty cool to see.
Yeah, because you don't get to see much Kamen Rider fans. The only
Yeah,
fans I
yeah,
the only fans I know about Tosandos is usually Super Sentai or Ultraman.
yeah. That's definitely more my speed personally, but yeah, Kamen Rider still is really cool, and it
Yeah.
really cool stuff, really good message, and not to mention it was one of the pioneers. It was done by the legend himself, Shotaro Ishinomori. God rest his soul.
Let me guess.
The man was a genius.
Yeah, he may like I know he's like I heard he's like the for what I heard was he like the Disney version, like a Japanese version of Disney, Walt Disney or so, or was that another person?
What? Wait, you mean like what?
I I heard there was someone who was a Walt Disney version, an anime. He made an anime, a lot of animes in his time, and he was known as the Walt Disney. He was like called the Japanese version of Walt Disney.
Osamu Tezuka?
Oh, yeah, those I heard those sandals was originally made because they were mostly inspired by American live action series with like Superman and stuff.
Wait, who? Wait, are we talking about? Wait, who was inspired? Like Ishinomori or Tezuka?
It was Tosandos, the Tosando series. The first one was
I
like it was called It was called Moonlight Rider. There was a writer. There was something called Writers. It was a super. It was a series that was originally made by. It was a yeah. I'm not joking. There's a lot of series about kind of about a lot of Tosando's characters.
to,
Even
to,
the
oh Tokusatsu. I didn't
yeah
know what you were talking
Tokusatsu.
about.
It's
I
just
didn't.
I can't pronounce it right.
Yeah, it's
Tokusatsu.
Tokusatsu. Yeah,
Tokusatsu.
Tokusatsu is simply just the Japanese term for special effects. But yeah, the Kamen Rider was one of the pioneers of it, and they were definitely inspired by the Western live action shows.
Yes. Yeah, I heard the first one was like made in like the 20s or early I don't know, the early 20s. And I heard it only lasted for one season. I heard the reason why it ended so soon is because apparently a kid died because they did a stunt. One of the characters was doing a really dangerous stunt.
Uh
Yeah, that was the first Tosandos or
to,
Tokosandos.
Tokusatsu.
Oh, Tokosansu. Oh,
Yeah,
Tokosansu.
yeah.
When I heard it, I was like, wow. It's not I mean it's not their fault, The kid didn't know better.
Yeah. But yeah, it took us. Yeah, it's been around for a long time, and it's definitely evolved, and it's still fresh, alive, and well. And hell, it's even carried to America because of Power Rangers.
Yeah, and I'm actually one of those people who's when I remember when my boyfriend introduced to me Kamen Rider, I fell in love with it.
Well, which Kamen Rider series have you watched?
I seen Double, Kamen Rider Double, Wizard, X-Aid, Build.
You ever watch the original Kamen Rider from 1971?
Not yet, but I heard it's pretty good.
Yeah, I've only seen the first episode of the original Kamen Rider. I really should continue with
And I
it, but
seen Amazon with an S with the S in the end. That's a violent one. What do you say?
Amazons.
Kamen Rider Amazons. Yeah, that was the one. That was the first one that was really. I guess that was a. I heard of. I It was mostly inspired by the other Kamen Rider Amazon. That only lasted for like I heard 26, only 26 seasons because out of the gore and shit.
You mean episodes?
Yeah, the episodes. Like because
26 episodes is still pretty good for a Japanese television series.
I'm like, even though when they did that with Kamen Rider Shin, I heard the characters. I heard with they did it again with another Kamen Rider character that was scary. I'm like, you guys, you guys didn't learn from it, didn't you?
Wait. So it was like a really frightening Kamen Rider series.
It was in Kamen Rider Amazon is a violent, gory.
Ooh, damn. Kind
Kamen
of
Rider
like
Amazon, Kamen Rider Amazon is like more gory than the Kamen Rider Amazon, the original one. That one was made in 2016. There was a second season.
it's a recent. Okay.
The second one was made like I don't know. It was made I don't know 20. I think it was made this I don't know last either 2019 or 2018. I can't remember precisely. It was pretty awesome. The second season was awesome. I think
Ooh, nice.
there was the movie Judgment, the Final Judgment.
Mm,
Very scary indeed.
mm,
It's been a while since I watched the Kamen Rider because I sometimes forget or sometimes I get bored
mm,
I could try catching up in a way.
yeah. And speaking of Tokusatsu, you ever watched the Toei Spider-Man TV series?
Not yet. I heard it's pretty good. I heard they
Yeah,
also
yeah, it
mentioned
is. It's got one of the best theme songs of ever.
yeah,
One of the best
I
theme
saw it
songs
before.
ever.
I saw it before when I was
In
at a
fact, that
panel,
yeah,
a tokosu, panel,
Tokusatsu. Yeah.
a tokusatsu panel. I was really yeah. I heard about and also not to mention Marvel did they were mentioning Into the Spider-Verse in the comics, and I heard he gets in the. I hope he actually gets mentioned in the sequel for what I
Yeah,
heard.
I've heard some people say like that might be a possibility that Toei Spider-Man might, might have some sort of involvement in no in the Spider-Verse sequel.
Yeah,
And
because
if so, I'm definitely gonna be very happy if that does end up if they do something really cool. Because I really like the Toei Spider-Man. Like I've only seen like a few episodes of it, but I just really like it. Not to mention, it's legitimately like a very important piece of the history of the Tokusatsu genre because it was because of that Spider-Man series that the giant robots were put into the Super Sentai. Because like what like was the most of the Super Sentai series and of course in turn Power Rangers they had the giant robot combiner, well just the giant robot aspect. That originally was not in Super Sentai like with Go Ranger and Jaka, which were the first two Super Sentai shows. That it was just the team of five that fought the bad guys on foot. With the Spider-Man, they included the robot, and that was the Marveler ship that changed into the robot Leopardon that he got Spider-Man piloted and fought the larger monsters with. That was what the popularity of Leopardon um was what
Inside.
caused them to put robots into Super Sentai, starting with the third Super Sentai show, Battle Fever J, in 1979, I believe, or 1980. It
And
was
I
that
heard the
it was,
yeah I yeah that because of because of Totally because of that Spider-Man.
because of that, from that point forward, all the Super Sentai shows had the large robot action, and so we could thank Spider-Man for giving us Super Sentai with large robots instead of just the awesome on foot action.
Yeah, and I heard a lot about the only Super Sentai I have seen was the Uche Sentai Q Rangers. That
Wait,
was
wait, what?
that's the only Super Sentai I seen. Uche Sentai
Which
Uche Sentai
UK Sentai
Q.
Q Danger? Hold on, let me look it up.
That thing was console theme. Was like space console theme.
Uchu Sentai Q Danger, translated as Space Squadron 9 Ranger, is 41st Super Sentai show, joined Kamen Rider X8 on the Superhero Time Block February 12, 2017, replacing Dobutsu Sentai Zyuoger. After X8's finale, Kamen Rider Build joined Q Danger on the Superhero Time Block along with the new air time an hour later. On February 11th, 2018, it was replaced by Kaito Sentai Lupin Ranger versus Keisatsu Sentai Pat Ranger as part of the Superhero Time Block. It has a space theme with the Rangers themed after constellations and gear based on stars and planets. Sounds pretty dope. Um, yeah, all the shows that I've seen are Go Ranger, which was the very first, and is really good. Like I love Go Ranger so much. I wish I could watch some more of it. It is like a really fun show. And then,
Yeah.
of course, there's also Car Ranger, which I catched a few episodes of about a year ago on Factory TV. While I was vacationing in Lake George, I caught some episodes, and it was pretty cool. I like the concept of like a group of friends who all work like at this car at a car management place or something. No, they all work at like they work at an auto repair place, and they
Oh
all
wow.
join together to to fight with to fight against the attack invaders. That was a pretty cool concept, and I like that. And of course, there's also uh uh Cho Cho Denshi Bioman. Bioman is pretty awesome. It has a really great theme song. And not to mention, it was also, I believe, the first Super Sentai show that was brought to France. Because I'm not sure if you already know this, but Tokusatsu shows have actually been really popular in France since the 80s, and I believe Bioman was like the first one to come to France, and like a lot of the Super Sentai shows and just Tokusatsu in general were brought over to France long before the U.S. got Power Rangers. So it's like France earlier on had a love for the Tokusatsu, that and also anime. Like France got an anime boom a lot about like a decade prior to the U.S. Like they had stuff like Dragon Ball and this North Star and Captain Tsubasa on
They
TV for kids before the U.S. got any sort of anime. So France had it a lot better than here in the U.S. Generally, at least. Um,
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know.
yeah, like Bioman, like I just really like it. I've seen plenty
What's
of
the
it.
theme? What's the theme? What's that theme of the
Chodenshi Bioman. Basically, it's like all right, Choden. Hold on, Chodenshi Bioman. Basically, it's
I'm just talking about the theme of the the
yeah, yeah, yeah.
characters,
I know what you mean. I'm trying to look. I'm trying to.
because there's a lot of things in super similar this.
Yeah, yeah.
I
I,
mean, one was like space pirates, one was like
I,
trains.
I think this one is like biorhythms, like electric
Oh
something.
wow.
I don't know how to describe it, but biorhythms and such.
Yeah, because I thought it was about you
Oh
know
yeah, not to mention Bioman. Not only that, but it's also extremely
popular or
no, like no. This was the Super Sentai show that was how Haim Saban first heard about the Super Sentai show, and this was what the one that he saw that made him want to bring the Super Sentai show to North America as Power Rangers. Though it took him 8 years from 1984 to 1992 to finally manage to sell the show. And by the time they did that, he ended up having to use instead footage from Kyoryu Sentai Judanger instead of Bioman, since it was the newer show at the time, and well, that was what became Power Rangers. But what Power Rangers was originally just going to be a American adaptation of Bioman, which is why when you watch Bioman, it has a lot more in common with the original Power Rangers show than Judanger. Like, because in Power Rangers, the Rangers have a helper robot Alpha 5. That was basically just the Americanized version of the Bioman helper robot Peebo, who's also has a really cool design. I just love Peebo's design so much. Like it's woo.
for
Though
who?
Alpha 5 also has a great design. I will admit. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's like all the stuff from that. In fact, actually, you could I think on YouTube you can find like the original Saban pitch pilot for Bioman, and you'll notice. And not to mention, if you look, you can actually look up like there's like a poster for like how it was, and he lists all the stuff. And in fact, people in Saban's Bioman was the Alpha 5 name was originally going to be used for Peebo, though eventually they rather than just they instead just made a completely new robot design, but used the Alpha 5 name, and it pretty much followed the original with that. Though
Yeah.
there is actually an official English version of Bioman that was dubbed for the Philippines in the 80s. Um,
Philippines voice.
oh, also, you also, and it's also the reason why in Power Rangers why both the yellow and the pink ranger are females, because that's the way it was in Bioman. In fact, Bioman was actually the first Super Sentai show with a female female yellow ranger, which is pretty funny considering that when Power Rangers they took the footage from Judanger, the Yellow Ranger was a man and not a woman. But that was simply just because of Bioman, where there was a female Yellow Ranger,
Wow.
which that's why Power Rangers did it that way with the yellow with Trini. Um,
Yeah. I just yeah when I yeah that was actually when I felt when I did that role play he kind of did a when he did the Kamen Rider Wizard thing I really much like it in a way like that's how I do role plays with my boyfriend. I don't mind doing role plays with other people, but I just do it with my boyfriend a lot.
mm,
He's fun fact. He's my He's a British boyfriend.
Cool.
Yeah. I think he I just really his memories can be bad at times, but it's not his I mean, he's my boyfriend and
Wait, his what?
his memory can be bad at times.
Hmm.
Like he can't certain things he may forget, but my memories I kind of remember almost a lot of things. But it's just because his certain things I don't think his memory is that bad. It's just when we do like certain role plays, he don't remember what role plays we did, and
Hmm.
yeah, me and I mean we both got a lot. I mean he has CF for citrus fibrosis. You know CF citrus fibrosis. It's where you
Hmm.
get you get mucus. It's mucus in the lungs.
Ah,
He also told me he has autism and ADHD.
just like me.
Yeah, didn't even I didn't coincidentally enough. I met him during my Go Anime days.
Ah, interesting.
He was like one of the first person that I had a crush on. You know
Ooh.
who confessed his feelings towards me? It was my sister. Sometimes
Ooh.
I
Ooh.
she's the I think she had my phone and told him, "Hey, I like I love hey my sis. Oh, I have a crush on you." This was like during Google Plus Day, so I think I met.
Uh, Google Plus. Yeah, I remember that when I was back when my first YouTube channel. That was when Google Plus was a thing, and you had to. Yeah, I remember that. And a lot of people were pissed about having to do use Google Plus just to comment on videos and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's just I think they stopped doing that when people were starting to get little.
Yeah, they
When
realized that Google Plus was, not that popular with people. I mean, I'm sure it was good, but
it was not that popular because certain toxic people were there.
I imagine. Oh yeah, also yeah, it says right here. In France, Bioman first aired on Canal Plus in 1985 every Saturday at 12:30, and later on TF1 on the program Club Dorothée from September 2nd, 1987, where it had a different opening song from the original one, differently from the Canal Plus dub. The show had consequently an immense success that allowed other Sentai shows to be imported in France. Bioman acquired a status of cult series between the Club Dorothée generation and is regularly re-aired in the satellite channel Mangas. The French dub had two theme songs. One in the Canal Plus airing was a cover of the Chodenshi Bioman theme song, and the other in the TF1 Mangas airing was an original theme song sang by Bernard Minet.
Oh wow, that's I didn't I don't know why most really I'm just gonna sound like this. I might sound like a really dumb person, but I don't know why these people why most countries get the good get the good stuff. I'm like
Yeah, I
this is
don't blame you. I asked myself the same question a
I'm
lot.
like was like is it because the certain situation with Japan that happened like in world during World War II?
I'm not sure it has anything to do with that. I guess really it all just comes down to cultural attitudes and acceptance and markets and stuff. I guess France was a lot more, open to all the cool shit Japan was doing, and it really paid off because they got some of that good shit. They got
Yeah.
some of that beautiful, beautiful stuff.
Yeah, it just makes me wanna just sometimes I mean Shout Factory even like Shout Factory. I heard about how Shout Factory has certain stuff, certain the Super Sentai stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just yeah, I've just really yeah he got me into Kamen Rider. He really made me for who I am. Another friend did it. Another friend was into Kamen Rider. They got me into Kamen Rider. Fun fact: they got me into other versions of Toko-san Tsu.
Other tokusatsu shows.
Yeah, like Garo. I heard Garo's really violent. I seen it. Yes, it was violent. It was more adult.
Garo. Huh.
Gar. I'm gonna. It was called Garo or Gar. I don't know how you.
Garo Densetsu, which is not a tokusatsu show. It's the Japanese name for the Fatal Fury series.
This. I seen that. Yeah, I seen Garo. I seen it once. I was like, when I saw it,
Huh.
yeah. I guess what made me, I kind of thank him for to get introducing me to certain stuff. I mean, I was into Miraculous Ladybug, but I didn't watch the show that much until he watched it, and I got into it as well. My People say Miraculous Ladybug is a really bad show because
Wait,
the
what's
right
the really bad show?
Miraculous Ladybug, Miraculous Ladybug.
Miraculously. Uh, Sounds familiar. Is that a? Oh, is it that one cartoon?
Yeah, Miraculous Ladybug.
Yeah, I've seen it show up numerous times, and it's like pretty popular. It's definitely not something that definitely doesn't seem like my cup of tea. But
Yeah,
I've seen
people have a problem with it because how the people how they
how it
make
looks.
not how it looks, it's how some of the episodes can how some of the character development in the episode is.
Oh, okay, all right. I thought it was something. I thought, okay.
I don't care about
The
the look.
one person I was subscribed to on YouTube actually, um, like I've seen like some of their recent uploads, and it's like them complaining about some episodes of that. And I think now I'm kind of seeing that. Yeah, I think I've heard about that.
It's not. I mean, I don't blame them. Maybe it's the writers and stuff, and the creators. I don't blame the show being shitty. It might be one of the writers or it might be the creator that doing this. Cause that because that usually happens to certain shows. Maybe certain shows that get really bad over time, and I
Hmm.
don't because certain shows do get bad over time by a
Yeah,
writer.
yeah. It's the fatigue.
Yeah, like look at Star versus the Force of Evil.
Yeah, I heard that game ended. I mean, I heard that series ended. The ending was like bad, and people
Yeah,
were really upset because, not to mention like relationship between Star and one of the characters. Like
Marco.
I believe so. It's like it got like
Yeah, I
not
know.
that entertaining.
And there's Steven Universe, and then there's
Yeah,
Amazing
yeah.
World of Gumball.
Like Steven Universe, and then yeah, it's like Steven Universe. Though I heard that, though from what I heard, it's like Steven Universe Future is kind of where it's like that's where the quality kind of dropped off.
Yeah, for me, I think what really went. I think what for and then maybe the Amazing World of Gumball. People say most shows go down in quality mostly because of writers, the writers or the creator. I mean, look what happened with The Simpsons
Yeah,
because they had new writers almost every time. It just makes me wonder. I don't think Miraculous Ladybug is a bad show. People think it's bad because of the.
Mm,
They think it's bad because how the story of the show, the character development, and the story of the show, and how the episodes are like, and along with the movie, the special and stuff, the special and stuff. Like it's not. I don't blame. I kind of think it might be the writers or possibly the creator's fault, but I don't want to blame the creator that much. Either it might have been his. Maybe he had to deal with a writer that was like either he chose something like that, and how like I don't want to be like too like I think the show is good. Sure, it can be bad. Most shows can be bad because mostly the creator or the writers.
mm.
Some series of a show can be bad at times, can go down in qualities mostly because it could be the writers or possibly the creator. I mean, we got certain shows that did went down in quality, like Arthur.
I mean, with Arthur, I mean, it was still pretty good, but it still feel kind of. It did feel like kind of flat. Like, really, the most jarring thing about the newer ones was that the animation looked stank. But at the very least, Arthur's finally ended
No.
its run after 25 years, and it had,
Yeah,
it had a good
yeah,
portion of it was really good. It's still one of my favorite all-time favorite cartoons. It's phenomenal
yeah.
cartoon.
They at least they ended the show because they didn't want to be considered a long. I guess because
I guess they felt, we've been going long enough. We've done enough with Arthur. I think it's about time we go our separate ways.
yeah, because some shows just need to end. You can't have the show to last forever, because we all know what happens when a show lasts too long.
Yeah, people get
Because like
tired.
yeah, either people get tired or the characters get if the characters become Flander's eyes, Flander,
Otherwise,
yeah, Flander eyes, in a way, because we all know Flanderization.
mm,
Because Flanderization was mostly started by Ned Flanders. Because this version of Ned, Ned was like a really religious guy, a really nice religious guy to a religious freak. It started because of Ned Flanders, obviously,
yeah, that's where the whole term came from.
and I think it was started by some cartoon fans.
Yeah,
And I mean, yeah, and I understand why because most of their characters get Flanderized in a way, shape, or form. You want to, and sometimes, and for me, I don't think I think the show, most shows still have. I mean, South Park is still airing. At least there. I don't know if any characters became Flanderized so far. None of I
mm,
heard of, but I only heard that Butters is mostly the likable character. It's like too likable. And for me, I think SpongeBob was like the reason for Flanderization. When the movie, after the
yeah,
movie,
because Steven Hillenberg left because he wanted it to end with that. Nickelodeon wanted more, so he just left the show and left the executive producer duties in the hands of Paul Tibbett.
yeah, we all know, and we all know what happened.
Yeah, like generally the show lost quality. A lot of the good writers left the show and newer ones came on. Um, though eventually, Steven came back. I think in the middle of season 9, but it only lasted
He
for
came
about 2 or 3 years before
he
he 3 or
passed.
4 years before he sadly passed away in 2018 from ALS.
Yeah, he just. I think the reason. I think he came after after the second movie. I think he.
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
he.
that's exactly what it was. In fact, that's makes it easy for people to divide with post movie and post sequel, referring to the era after after the first movie, plus as well as the era after the second. Because SpongeBob nowadays definitely has some new quality. It's definitely not the same as it was back in the late early 2000s, but it's still some entertaining stuff, and I have seen plenty of it.
Yeah, people just don't. People just don't understand how to understand. I think why do people end shows really early? It depends. Maybe because they don't want the show to be flanderized, the characters to be flanderized, or
Well, honestly, it's like either a show ends early because it gets canceled before its time and they didn't get to do what they wanted. Similar like with what OKKO, what happened to OKKO, or otherwise, it's just like they only wanted it just for it to last that long, and they only want that's how long they intended it to be, and they didn't feel it any necessary to go any longer. They had a story to tell, and they they did what they wanted, and that was it, and thus yeah. I think Charles M. Schultz, the creator of Peanuts, said it the best back in the 80s. I think he said this, that in the world of animation, it's considered a success when your show lasts for at least 3 seasons. And honestly, looking at a lot of shows that have done well, or at least ran, I think, a very good amount, I couldn't agree more with him. I
yeah,
think 3 seasons is really the bare minimum for if you would if you want to like have a good run show. It's like all you need bare minimum is just a nice clean 3 seasons.
yeah, because having more seasons can be tiring. I mean, for look at
Really,
instance,
it all but really it all just depends on whether you're still having a good time with what you're doing or still passionate about what's going in.
yeah,
If you still want to go through with what you're doing, then feel all the more free to continue doing it for years, because if you still really want to tell more stories or really enjoy entertaining your fans, it's really all the more reason to continue with it. Hell, Doraemon is usually one of Japan's most popular characters, and its anime, like the 1979 Doraemon anime, lasted for until 2005, and even then, immediately after, it was succeeded by a newer Doraemon show made by, I think, a different studio with a new voice cast, and that Doraemon show is still airing new episodes even to this very day in 2021. In fact, of course, I'm sure as most of us know, that Doraemon anime got localized for the U.S. by Disney in 2014, and then there was also a separate English dub done for Boomerang in the UK in 2015.
yeah,
So it's like people are still willing to tell Doraemon stories, either adapt from the manga or original tales, and it's definitely a thing where people are still willing to go through with it. Same thing with like One Piece. Like Eiichiro Oda is still making new One Piece chapters even after many years since he started back in 1997, and really it's like honestly he still has that story to tell before we eventually get to the point where we find where Luffy will eventually find One Piece, or unless he decides to do something different with the ending about what the One Piece is when eventually it will be found whenever it will be. But
yeah,
until then, he's still gonna keep going with Luffy's journey.
yeah. Not to mention, don't forget Sesame Street.
Yeah, Sesame Street. That's still they still doing stuff with it, and they still want to do things, and I can only commend them for it in most aspects.
Yeah, it's like it depends on certain shows and stuff. Like it could be like certain shows can be good during, during the episodes, I know character development can be good.
Yeah,
Character development or in my case, character development or how you want the story to begin and end in a way.
yeah,
Like for example, I know Ed and Eddie ended with a, movie.
yeah. That an awesome movie at that.
Yeah, just prove to
It's
show
like
that.
he's just like one of the greatest finales of all time.
Yeah,
Really.
yeah, it proves a point that good things sometimes good shows must come to an end, but you can end it with a bang.
Yeah, definitely. Some are some didn't have it that easy, unfortunately. And one example, of course, is Fairly Odd Parents.
Yeah, I heard it ended with a normal episode.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, most many people make web series and stuff, and we all know. I know why people make web like nowadays we got people making more web series than ever. Why I think that is simple because web series like making your own web series it's better to be with a with a corporate company.
Yeah, like all the input. But of course, you don't, most cases you don't have the budget or a large team, so it's like you got to do a lot more stuff yourself.
Yeah, we all know what happened with certain like there was like certain web shows that were based off, certain web shows that I did you know that Making Feed was based off a web series?
Wait, which show?
Making Fiends.
Oh,
What?
yeah, I heard that Making Fiends was based off a web series.
And I heard it got fucked over because, how with that happening, she lost the rights to it because it only had like barely any seasons, and I heard the person who made it lost the rights to the show.
Yeah, I think I heard about that.
Yeah, just goes to show that you have to be careful certain companies who you trust.
Yeah, Nickelodeon's kind of sketchy when it comes to stuff like that. In
Yeah,
fact, when Danny Antonucci was pitching Ed and Nettie to networks, he originally went with Nickelodeon, but they wanted him to change certain things and didn't give him as much creative input. So he, basically went with Cartoon Network instead. They agreed to let him have, create full creative control, and that's why he signed with them and put Ed and Nettie on there.
yeah. At least they don't. At least I believe, in my opinion. At least even though I believe I heard what nowadays I heard rumors that Cartoon Network got mad at they kind of get this they blacklisted the person who made Grim Adventure of Billy and Mandy.
Wait, what?
Remember
Wait, what happened with the creator of that?
the creator of Grim Adventure of Billy and Mandy? He got blacklisted because his cartoon was causing they got offended over a cartoon. They got offended because they said he was the reason why because his cartoon kind of offended. His cartoon really caused a lot of fart with a lot of bad humor and stuff. I mean, I could look. Let me just I can show you the Twitter.
Wait, so like the creator got blacklisted by Cartoon Network because backlash from people over the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy show.
Yeah, I
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
like he wanted to have a show on, let me just see it. I have to find it. If I don't find
Mm.
yeah, they did this. All right. It's let me just do let me just do my audio. I'm gonna put it in the private chat.
All right,
This.
all right. Let's see here. All right, Tactical Fiend. Every bad assumption you have about how modern Cartoon Network is run is probably true. All right. Anonymous asked Maxwell Adams, "Have you ever considered working with Adult Swim since your cartoons follow a more apocalyptic theme? I have a couple of ideas that I think would kill on Adult Swim, but since the current president is the guy who gave me a public dressing down for quote unquote ruining Cartoon Network's brand with my quote unquote hateful fart cartoon before promptly firing me, such a collaboration seems incredibly unlikely." Wait, yo, this was 11 days ago. What the? Oh man, I thought this was shit.
Yeah, he could have. He should have. No, like it proves a point that But ironically, didn't Cartoon Network had characters had Teen Titans Go characters having them farting, and remember there was a episode on that totally that drama totally
Yeah,
drama
total drama rama. Yeah,
where there was a
yeah,
fairy
that shit
sniffing
peeves me. It's like don't put fart fetish. Like
in
this,
kids shows.
it's not beyond fart jokes. That was like literal fart fetish thing.
Yeah,
Like
there's a difference between
don't
fart
put
jokes
that
and
with a
just being.
kids show.
Yeah, and you put that and yeah, like that's a double standards, I believe, and that's a bunch of. And I think they just
Double standard crap.
yeah, because that doesn't make they got blacklisted all because of the what? Because they said their show caused it what? Like their shows
Ruining the thing,
ruining their.
ruining their reputation, basically.
But yeah, your reputation's already ruined because you let fart jokes in there. I mean, fart jokes are done right. There are fart jokes that are done right. But the problem was when I remember that Drama Rama episode, I thought at first that Drama Rama episode with the fart fairy was not real, but it was real.
It was definitely real. I saw that clip, and it's like
Whoever,
how
whoever did
how-
that, whoever did that should be arrested and blacklisted.
I don't know about arrested, but definitely it's like well,
Blacklisted. I think they need to be blacklisted.
dock their pay, or blacklist them. What have
Because
pay docking? I don't know. It's like kind of a dodgy thing, how it is with living wages and stuff. But yeah, it's like some sort of blacklisting.
because you can't. And I heard the reason why they don't want to add Grand Adventure Billy and Mandy series is because a movie is because they said that one time, oh, people are not gonna know are not gonna know this. They said kids are not gonna know the show, which is a bunch of hoopla.
Yeah, of course they're gonna know. We got the internet. It's the most powerful tool since the atomic bomb, or something.
But their excuse is, oh, kids are not gonna know that show. Yet you have Teen Titans Go, reboots of Teen Titans Go.
Yeah, why? Yeah, why make a dumb reboot of a show that was really good?
Oh, and Powerpuff Girls.
Yeah, that was a travesty right there.
I was thinking about screaming. Like, I'm not mad, but I ain't that mad, but I'm not mad. I ain't that mad, to be honest.
I'm not mad.
I'm not even, I
Just
wouldn't care about the,
disappointed.
I'm not even, I'd say I won't, that was the least of my concern about, spin offs of certain shows. I wouldn't, that's my least of my concern. It's just how Cartoon Network, how they treated treated some of the certain people.
Yeah, it's like there's the OKKO situation. That was really downright infuriating.
Yeah, it just proves a point that Cartoon Network, that's why people have a problem with corporations, with animation corporations,
Yeah,
because they'll do any, because they'll get mad, because that's why most people say they're too scared of working with a corporation animation studio,
yeah.
because they could do something like that. Hey, I'm sorry. I just,
No, it's all right.
yeah, something just happened. I was just on my phone, and I guess something did happen. I just try to, I'm just, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong with this situation. I just really don't know if I really want to be with a corporation animation studio. I could try Netflix, but I don't know. I
Yeah,
could,
I'd say it's like at this point in time, I guess you could just go with with your own.
yeah, because
You could go indie. Go internet.
are you tired?
Kinda, but
Yeah,
not a lot. But I'm starting. I've been yawning for the past hour and a half. I think.
yeah. I'm just really done. Like, and I'm just saying, why do people just don't care? I don't care. You know, I made this stream because of a podcast. Most of my friends do come during this podcast and stuff. I usually do it on weekends. I was gonna do it. I would do it on every. I guess I do it every weekends, like every Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Yeah.
I do it every Friday, I guess. Why I
Mm.
do podcasts? Maybe it's because,
Well, it's good. It's good to talk about stuff, and some fruitful conversations come from that. Not to mention, people get to listen in on it and even comment on it. Especially great
yeah,
with the StreamYard because there's a link you pop in as well to join in on it. So it's not restricted to any just any set people.
yeah, I know. It's called Rainbowcast.
Rainbow, hell yeah,
Yeah, Rainbowcast.
yeah. Ooh, I just swapped around.
I did that.
Yeah, yeah.
I do that because I was just being. I see I could do stomping thing. For me, I've been thinking about doing a lot of things happened. A lot of things happened, like mostly a Daryl Pipster situation. If you
What?
know Daryl Pipster,
Oh wait, are you talking about like the recent drama or something?
yeah, I heard. Yeah, what I heard about what that guy did, he's getting a lot of hate because of what he did.
Like was it the one who harassed you or something?
No, that's not. That's Kyle Ansel.
Oh
Daryl
yeah, yeah.
Daryl Pipster is actually a guy who's a pedophile and stuff. There's more information about him.
Oh.
Daryl Pipster was the guy who created the Rodfellow, a animation show, but he's a pedophile because he was texting minors, certain stuff and other things. I heard he actually a lot of things happen. He's in big trouble.
Mm.
Yeah, he got yeah that um yeah, you could watch him. You can watch you. There's a lot of videos on him.
Yeah, I'm sure there are.
I'm not even that surprised. And I've just been doing a lot of things lately.
Mm.
Heck, I'm even yeah. I just the podcast is working good so far. Even
Yeah.
I, even though I don't have don't even have people watching it. It's
Yeah,
just
yeah, I noticed. I was like, like the only one in the YouTube chat. Though I think there was someone else.
yeah.
So,
But I think yeah. Someone said is racist
yeah,
hustling
yeah, yeah. And I think
Bucharest.
like earlier before I hopped in, when I was just in the text thing while I was working on my fighting games video. I think there was I don't know why, but for a second I thought someone else was typing stuff to you as well, though I couldn't tell whether it
Yeah,
was or not.
yes, it was like I
Well, yeah, I know that, but I'm talking like hours earlier from before that. I thought someone else was typing something to the stream podcast live
maybe
chat, even though I can only see my own messages in there.
maybe it's because maybe it's under hidden for
Probably.
for no I don't know why, but it could have been something. I'm just gonna say that I have been a lot of things happened. Like one of the people.
What?
Yeah, I remember recently recently someone we yeah, a lot of things happened that's happening right now. Another live stream and and a lot of things.
Mm.
Like someone is also, you know, I didn't know about this because I was dealing with, certain And it's Saturday.
Yep,
Yeah,
the blessed day.
of course it is.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention earlier about the Spider-Man thing. There's an account I follow on Twitter. It's a bot that every day it posts the Spider-Man intro theme as well as the ending theme from the show as well. It's like I think it's like every day at 7 p.m. Eastern.
Eastern
Uh,
Standard Time.
yeah, Eastern Standard Time. So, in fact, I just retweeted and yeah, on the Twitter. Kimi wa naze, Kimi wa naze, tatakai no ka inochi o
Ooh.
kakete.
Oh wow.
Hitotsuji ni, hitotsuji ni, muteki no otoko, Spider-Man. Do 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 do. Spider-Man.
I mean, I I'm not even that. I'm really surprised. I remember seeing the when I saw it at a panel. At that panel, I was really excited. I was really happy.
Nice.
Yeah, I heard about it from Blame It on George.
Ooh, nice.
Like
I
fun fact,
made Spider-Man.
when I
Now
went
I just remember this. Now I remember like one of Joel Vine Sauce Joel, one of his streams. Uh, I forget which one it was, but he's. Oh no, I remember. I think it was like his one of his streams where he played some NES games on Nesticle. Is basically he's like talk. No, oh no! It was actually one of his. I think it was one of his SNES Madness streams. It was the one where he played the American Tail 5 Goes West game on Super Nintendo, and he brings up how like guys like Don Bluth and Stan Lee are still doing what they do in their like they're old even though they're like really old, and like Joel like talks about like how Stanley goes to conventions and he's like, I made Spider Man. uh, I love that moment so much. It's really hilarious.
yeah, that sounds funny. Oh my god, the stream is like 5 hours long.
I know, right? It's crazy.
Yeah, I never got this far when I talked to you with the thing.
Mm.
When I talked to you in the thing on the chat.
Yes. In the chat, and then I finished with what I was doing. And then I popped into the voice.
What you were doing again?
Oh, wait. You mean earlier or right now?
Earlier when you
Oh,
were
I was. I'm. I for the past month or for the past few weeks, almost a full month. I've been working on a video of my top 6 favorite fighting games. And earlier, I was just editing a segment from it, and I wanted to finish it for today since I had to go get a haircut, so I didn't have as much time. So it took me a little longer to finish it, but I managed to do it while this was going on, and then I finished with that, and then I just hopped in, and then I'll continue with it next on Monday.
okay.
Yeah.
I know the weekends is like It's relaxing.
Well, yeah, it's like either relaxing. It's really the ultimate free time because I get to do whatever.
Yeah, which is, it was very. When I heard about the whole, you know, yeah, I told you about. I remember. I still know why. I know people were still mad at Capcom at times, and I remember when I remember that incident with the
Mighty
mighty
Number
nine,
Nine.
yeah, mighty number nine game situation. I heard people were very mad.
Yeah, I remember that all too well.
Like everyone was
Like,
mad because from what
well,
I heard, he delayed it once or twice.
yeah, and the game didn't turn out as well as people were expecting it. Man, that was a whole mess. And the game, from what I've heard, the game was still pretty good, but it's like
What
it
was
failed to deliver on what people were like think were promised or something.
yeah, it just proves it like, and then he was like very. I know once someone said that they really was they've been waiting so many months, many year or month
Yeah,
for that.
years. I think it was like 2013 when it was announced.
And then when it came out again,
2016.
damn.
I know, right?
And
Yeah.
that's
Hold on. Mighty.
I can I know my number nine was really hated. Like,
Yeah,
and
2016. June
I
2016.
I know it was really hated because it was starting to get hate because he was taking too long to make the damn game.
Yeah, it ended up not delivering on the promises of the crowdfunding.
Yeah, and what I heard, there were people who were also saying that they also got mad at Capcom how they butchered how they made Mega Mega Man in a way in one of the I think Capcom versus Marvel thing.
No, I think you're thinking of Street Fighter Cross Tekken because they, for whatever reason, and that also pissed me off, and it still does. It fucking annoys me to no end.
How
They
they made Mega
they
Man?
thought it'd be really funny if they made him in rather than just making it just regular Mega Man like they did in Marvel versus Capcom 2. They instead made him the fucking bad box art one from the first Mega Man game. Like they thought it was so funny to do that, but no, it is absolutely cringe inducing, and I cannot for the life of me imagine why anyone
What
thought that was a
was
good idea. It's
was it
insulting.
the main? Was he like a fat person and
Yeah. That's exactly because it was meant to be like the bad box art one from the first. Because when Mega Man came to the U.S., like they got a guy to do the box art in like a short amount of time without much reference, and he came up with that, and it was like it looked really appalling.
yeah, I remember people were mad about that, and then I still remember there was a video saying I gave you money and stuff, and then the part where the guy got mad, like where he used a an angry German kid deep in voice scream,
Yeah.
like I still remember that video. It just made me laugh.
They pushed this geschäft. Yeah, yeah, that pisses me off. Not to mention, I'm also a little disappointed that Pac-Man, for some reason, is piloting a mech. I mean, it's cool that he's in there and he looks really good, but why is he piloting a mech? Shouldn't he be, fighting as himself instead of piloting? It's not like Tron Bon or anything. Like, that makes sense for Tron Bon, but for Pac-Man, it's like, no. Thankfully,
Yeah,
Namco, kind of rectified it when they put Pac-Man in Smash Brothers because now, currently, Bandai Namco are assisting in the development of the Smash games ever since the Wii U version, which is why Pac-Man's in there, and now we have Kazuya from the Tekken series. joining the ranks.
Yeah, it's just
Uh, Also, I've heard that some people were upset about Street Fighter Cross Tekken because Capcom tried taking Tekken characters and making them play like Street Fighter characters, which, considering that Tekken plays, the mechanics of Tekken are very different from Street Fighter and a lot of other fighting games. So a lot of people really were not pleased by it, by what Capcom's decision with that.
yeah. 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 I also have idea for my, I got this really good idea for a really good idea for my I know my merch. I'm going to be doing merch soon, so
Oh, nice,
I have this like merch idea that I got so many merch ideas, but the one
nice.
is yeah.
Also, like, how's the progress been going on the what that one web comic, the
The
barely cute, was it called?
the one with the barely with the relatable comics. Yeah, I had an idea. It was about, something that pops. And no, it's not a balloon. It was something that almost everyone knows. It's those it's
Corn,
with the what do you say?
bubble wrap, corn,
No,
bubble wrap.
hint. It has to do with, biscuits.
Oh, I thought it was. Oh, I thought
Something
it was
with
gonna be
bis
bubble wrap.
It was something with biscuits in it.
Corn.
Biscuits. No, something with biscuits. It's something, where, if you
Oh,
remember those cardboard rolls that you have to where you have to,
the
grab
Pillsbury.
yeah, the Pillsbury stuff with the when I heard about it.
Oh, nice.
Like characters the next one is gonna be like she's trying to say why does she and this was actually based off, when I had to get my sister when I had to make my sister cinnamon rolls.
Ooh, nice. Yeah, I'm
And
definitely.
and then
Yeah, I've
she
been
said,
looking forward to seeing the next what came next of the of the of the of that comic series because I really like the idea.
like for example, she just say, I don't know how I do it, but I want to do it like in a way maybe she just grabs a she has a knife and then she has, I don't know, some bomb, dispose a bomb, I don't know, like some of those bomb deactivating things.
I mean, like a bomb trigger or something, or a remote bomb activation.
It's
A
those type,
remote detonator.
yeah, those ones who stop, stop the bomb and stuff, like cut the red wire with the blue wire, or
Ah, okay.
prevent the bomb from, exploding.
Yeah, the bomb squad.
Yeah, she has that type of outfit and she said, oh god, I better not, I hope
Oh
this doesn't.
man. All right, that sounds awesome. Just by hearing that yeah.
And she's like, damn, I hope that doesn't fucking pop. I hope this doesn't explode.
That reminds me of the Curious George movie. There's like this scientist guy who invents this popcorn that's like the kernels are larger than regular ones unless they go boom instead of pop, and he calls them boom corn.
Yeah.
I gotta watch that movie again. It was like I loved it when I was a kid, and
Yeah, she
and
said, yeah, they say you can usually press it with a spoon, but she pressed it with a knife. She said, I hope this shit doesn't burst.
it's
She has a bomb squad outfit. because she said the idea is just really relate. Rika's Barely Cute is supposed to be a relatable slash
Fun.
life
Yeah.
story comic.
Yeah.
Life for me, there's gonna be the one relatable one is gonna be when she has. There's gonna be some Barely Cute merch soon. I just
Awesome.
I just have to, there's I got an idea for that one as well. She grabs the bomb. She grabs it. She grabs the. She said grabs it like because every like when I'm usually getting the fun fact, you have to get those things. You have to open those things in a way. You have to you know how you do it. You have to take off the wrapper and stuff.
Yeah. And then you put in the mic. Yeah.
You it was in a wrapper in a way, and then when you do, you know what? Pop. Some of them pops, but if it doesn't pop, you gotta press it with a spoon for what people say.
Oh. Oh, you know what? I never thought of doing that myself. Actually, like having to pop the other ones by forcing pressure on it. I usually just eat the unpopped kernels.
It's those those things. You press it with a spoon. Those cinnamon, those cardboard rolls.
Yeah, the Pillsbury.
Yeah, I call them. They're called cardboard. I don't know why they call what. I was like, she's like, I don't know. And then I might say, whoever invented these, they should have been put in prison for that.
Yeah. You're right. You have to use a spoon to break the seal, and there's pressure air in there. I don't know why. I really like. Actually, you know what? That reminds me. I remember I had some of the Cinnabon rolls, the canned Cinnabon rolls. I wanted to have some for breakfast, so I decided to see if I could prepare them. I took it like out of the fridge or something, I think, and just left it sitting on the counter. But then like I think I went away. I just left them on the counter. I don't remember what it was, but I just left them on the counter. That was really repetitive. I came and then like I think I heard like a bang sound or an explode, not an explosion sound, because that would have been something a lot more grandiose, but like or like a bang sound come from the kitchen. I go and see what it is. The fucking canister bust open, and the thing where it was like I guess like because like I guess like the temperature like had a certain pressure on the can, and it fucking like exploded. Well, it didn't explode, like it didn't splatter, but it cracked under the pressure and it burst open, and the fucking uncooked cinnamon roll was it shot like stuck. It was now out of the can, and I always remember that because it's like I had no idea that you were supposed to leave it cold until you were ready to prepare it.
Let me guess, your counter was warm and
That probably was it. That's probably what was going on with it. Now that you mention it,
sure, they dealing have to. I who she use you have to use a spoon to get the deal with the pressure. It's
yeah,
usually
to punch a hole in the cardboard.
for me, it's really scary because that thing pops. It's scary.
Yeah. All that contained pressure. It is definitely pretty scary. Um, but yeah, it's all the more rewarding because those things are muy delicioso.
Yeah.
Delicioso.
I just I have a I'm just I'm gonna look up bomb squad. Bomb
All
Squad
right.
out
Yeah.
so I can for the reference. They're known as the bomb disposal
Yeah.
unit. They're called the bomb disposal unit. Bomb disposal.
Yeah.
The bomb squad. I see the outfit. I don't know what was they thinking when they made like the first when I saw because it gives me an idea because the why it gave me the idea it gave me this idea because I remember I always have to always have to every time it let's say every time I peel it open I peel it sometimes it doesn't pop because it's not like the buns like the crescent roll or or the biscuits.
Or the cinnamon rolls.
It's the cinnamon rolls ones. I have the pressure. I gotta use the pressure with the spoon. I gotta put it with a spoon. I gotta put it with a spoon, but I had to get it with a knife.
Yeah.
Usually, it's yeah. I did. I looked up, the bomb squad, outfits. And that's. And
Mm.
then in my, I'm saying, and then in my head, I'm like, why did she have to do this? And then me, I'm saying, God, if this verse, I swear to God.
We're all going up in flames, cast into a lake of fire. Just like that one Leslie Willis song,
Yeah.
the vampire bat. The weird thing about vampire bat is that the first half of the song is him talking about a vampire bird for some reason. I guess it's like that Person Man song from uh Tiny Toon Adventures. Person Man, head on a head with a frying pan, lives his life in a garbage can. Person Man.
And I just like, come on. What are you watching?
Uh, I just found. I can't help but find this really funny. It's just this random video I found on Twitter. It's basically it's like it says the Flintstones theme, what it would sound like today in 2021. It's just this random this random dubstep cartoon sound effect thing with random pictures of Fred Flintstone and Barney Rubble from the Flintstones. This it's like you watch this and it's like It's now become one of my new favorite videos. Oh my. Not to mention, it's just like random Windows Movie Maker close ups and distortion effects.
I know.
the Flintstones, the Flintstones theme. This would be the Flintstones theme in 2021.
I'm not even surprised. You guys, oh my God, it's out 6 hours now.
Yeah, 6 hours. It's almost 2 o'clock.
Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, it's almost to the 2 o'clock.
Mm.
Hmm. Hmm. I almost have almost have no topic to talk about. Yeah, I just think it was because
What?
maybe funny fact. I said I almost have almost no topic to talk about. You
Mm.
know, yeah, because yeah, I'm just wondering, did I end the stream or so, or should I do it? End the stream or not? Because I'm starting to get a little tired.
Yeah. Um. It's up to you, honestly.
Yeah, I've been think. Yeah, I might end the stream. Yeah, I'm going to have to end the stream because I'm really tired.
Yeah, I think I am getting pretty tired myself. It'd be good to end it here. We've gone with
Yeah,
this far enough, and
yeah, we got to know each other.
yeah, this was a great stream. I'm really happy that I got to be in this.
Yeah, I got
And we finally got to talk in a voice thingy, even
yeah,
if it's just a podcast. But it's still really great.
yeah. I do this a lot. I do this because I want to talk about what's in my mind today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just talked about I was tired of this stupid how I'm tired of people, how I'm just tired and stuff wanting to deal with, wanting video. Like I'm just tired of certain movies that just don't have involved that just when it
That
comes to
only
black.
subject black people to hood or struggle situations and not,
Yeah,
give them anything else to do.
yeah. It's usually like Netflix or or certain, or possibly Amazon Prime. But I hope we
Mm.
do that one day. We might get like independent film companies that will do it and stuff.
And just indie filmmakers in general.
Yeah, indie filmmakers. Yeah,
Yeah, like James Rolfe. I mean, he's not black, but he's definitely an indie filmmaker, and one of
yeah,
my favorite filmmakers ever.
yeah, yeah. I could tell.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you want me to? I guess I can end the stream. Okay.
Uh, yeah, I guess it'd be good. We hope
Yeah.
you guys enjoyed this podcast, and well,
Rainbow
when
cast.
he does the
The
next
rainbow.
one, be sure to
Yeah.
do it. Hopefully, I can join in as well. And
Yeah.
have a great rest of
Have
your night.
have a rainbow tastic night.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Subscribe to Rainbow Doggy Unicorn here on YouTube and follow on Twitter and such.
Yeah. Also subscribe to Andrew Ambrose.
Hey,
Alright. It's your last name.
yeah,
Am-
Ambrose.
Ambrose.
Mm.
Subscribe to
I got
him. He.
YouTube. I got Twitter. You'll know. You can look and you'll find it in the
Yeah.
bio and other such. Not too
Yeah.
hard to find.
Yeah. So I guess we'll see you in the next podcast. Maybe
Mm.
you'll get to join one of my friends because usually I have my friends with me.
Yeah, I noticed. I did take a look at one of the the first one that was done recently. Hopefully, I'll
Yeah,
be able to probably join in, or at least be able to say some stuff in the comment in the live chat.
yeah.
Mm.
I guess see ya.
All right, take care.
You too.
Mm.
Yeah.